Okay, welcome everybody to our special one-shot today here on Homebrew Hall. We're playing Savage Worlds, in a one-shot called the Oracle's Ossuary. Before we start, we just want to make a few announcements, in regards to stuff that is coming up on Homebrew Hall over the next week. So on Monday, where we normally have our different strokes, we are going to be having our second episode of Distractions and Diversions. We will be playing where members of people in the community will be playing games together. Specifically, at least at this point, Lydia, Ian, and I are going to be playing Phasmophobia. We of course are trying to recruit more people and see if there's anyone else who wants to join us. If it's something that you maybe be interested in, shoot us a message, and we can see if we can fit you in. And then we do have, of course, our usual rehash the rolls on the off week when we don't have ready to roll. This upcoming Wednesday will be Sarah and Ian. As you know, Sarah is our cast member that just recently joined us, and Ian is Piotr is the unfortunate soul who seems to be, mystically bound to Sarah's character, Galena. So if you have any questions for those two, feel free to go to the forum that's in our Rehash the Rolls channel on Discord and drop some questions. But with no further ado, I'm going to turn the time over to Eric, and let's see where this goes.
All right, thanks. Hello, everybody. I am Eric, and I am GMing Savage Worlds this evening. So, Savage Worlds is a system for RPGs that is setting agnostic. So, you can utilize it to run a fantasy game, you can utilize it to run superheroes, space pirates, whatever you want to do. The system will do that. And so, it's my personal system of choice. As we go through, Lydia is a first-timer playing Savage Worlds, and Patrick is relatively new at playing Savage Worlds. So there will be questions, and we will be answering them in as much detail as possible for audience edification purposes as we go. So with that said, we are going to lead in. As those of you in the room know, hang on, my notes are not loading because Google Drive is being Google Drive. As those of you in the game know, you have been invited to lunch by an individual named excuse me, Edwin van Astor, and he is a very connected and wealthy industrialist in the Seattle area. For importance sake, it's important to know that this is set on a alternate kind of timeline Earth in the year of 1914. You're not exactly sure why Van Astor has invited you to lunch specifically, but you have all been actually sent a town car to pick you up. And it is playing as you're all driving up. You all kind of arrive sort of a synchronized time at the... Sorry, my notes are being really slow today, which is great. It's why I usually write them down, but I didn't today. At the Hotel Butler in Seattle. And so you have all arrived at the lobby to the Hotel Butler at roughly the same time. Whether or not you recognize and know one another is kind of up to you. You all know your backgrounds a little bit, so you probably don't know too many people, although, Marley and Sydney, you may know one another through academic kind of circles. And Lydia, your character Joey has probably crossed paths with Alex at least once in your history. So you have all arrived at the beautifully decorated lobby at this hotel, and you have been escorted up to the penthouse suite upstairs, and there's a radio playing in the background. It is playing what actually was 1914's number one hit at the time, which is By the Beautiful Sea. And your host, Edwin van Astor, is dressed to the nines in a full-on silk tailcoat, and he turns and removes a hat as you enter and smiles broadly at all of you. Thank you for coming. It's so good to see you. Please take a seat. Before we get to business, it's important that we eat.
Great, I'm starved. What's for food?
Well,
What's for eating?
oh, you'll see there's menus at your places, and you can choose anything you like. I'm most assuredly paying. Don't worry. But whatever you would like, we can make happen. And he escorts you all to various places around the table, and sits you down. And waiters appear to take your drink order. Again, anything on the menu is up for grabs. Whatever you would like to order at this point.
I am not seeing drinks on the menu. I'm looking at it.
Oh, that's because, okay, so for chat, I found a actual digital scan of this particular hotel, the Hotel Butler's menu from 1914, and sent it to the players. But the drink section in the digital scan was super smudged, and so you couldn't actually read any of it, but you can read the food. So, and I'm realizing that as I look.
If you squint, you can read the food. It's, super. But it works.
It works. It's good.
Do what I can.
I'm excited.
Do what I can. But, any kind of just general spirits are available. Chance, who there's a man there with Joey, who kind of looks at you and says, "She'll have milk." And the waiter kind of, okay, and heads off to get milk, and he orders just a beer as his thing.
Grand, thanks.
I'll have a lobster salad and whatever wine you would recommend with that.
Oh, absolutely, madam. Yes. And he writes that down and proceeds down the row. Anybody who wants to order something special because they saw something cool on the menu is perfectly welcome to, but you don't have to if I'm putting you on the spot. It was mostly for my fun edification to find the menu in the first place. But
Joey is
No,
going to
I want-
order one of every type of dessert and that.
okay.
So milk is perfect. I'll just dunk everything in that.
And Chance nods and orders the spring chicken. And,
I'll have the boneless chicken fried in butter.
very well, very well. Good choice, sir. Excellent.
And the house wine, whatever it is.
Certainly. And anything for you, gentlemen?
The Alaska reindeer steak.
That's one of my favorites, sir. And he writes down, how would you like that cooked? I do suggest at least going to medium rare because it is wild, but
Oh, of course. Anything more than that is ruined.
I agree. But you can't go particularly lower than that with wild game. It's dangerous. And for you, Professor Castellanos.
Just because I think it's hilarious this is on the menu. I would like a peanut butter sandwich, please.
Very well, sir. Yes. Take anything else.
House wine. And can we actually make that 2 peanut butter sandwiches?
Certainly. Croissant or off, sir.
Crust on, please.
Very well. And he nods and he heads out, and Van Astor looks around. Excellent choices. I'm very pleased with having invited you. We're going to take a second really quickly and just go around. Essentially, this is going to be you are introducing yourself to each other at the table in character, but also describe your character and introduce yourself to the audience. So Van Astor turns and he does ask, says, I believe not all of you are familiar with one another, so if you would, please, starting with you, Brady, will you introduce yourself to your fellows?
My pleasure. I am Brady Higgins. I am about 5'10", very slender. He has a pair of glasses on, fine suit. He is an inventor at the illustrious 3M company. Thinks very
And it
highly of
is-
himself.
It is quite an illustrious company. There's no one at this table who doesn't know what 3M is, just for in-character purposes, by the way.
And he doesn't really bother remembering what your names are.
That will help out with future. Sitting next to him, he turns and he says, "Mr. Cassidy, if you would." And the man sitting next to Joey tips his hat and removes it and says, "I'm Chance Cassidy. You might have heard of me. I've done some various treasure hunting. This is Joey."
You can call me Mac.
It's true. You can call her Mac.
Joey's real tall. She's also like 5'10", 5'11", very, very scrawny. Wearing she had to change. Chance made her change out of her like dirty coveralls that she was wearing before, and she stole some from someone else, some guy in the shop who was her height. So they're like the little name tag on it says Wallace, but they are at least clean.
Yep.
Though she herself is not.
And Chance is quintessentially handsome, middle-aged cowboy in the full-on flannel and jeans and boots. And they did make him check his sidearm at the door when he entered, which he kind of complained about a little bit, but he managed to do so. Seated across from him is Alex.
Alex Weston. I do what needs to be done. Whether that's protecting or searching for things, that's what I do. He's, probably 6 foot, in a nice-ish suit, not like our host extravagant, but yeah.
And then Sydney is sitting next to him.
I am Sidney Castellanos, the foremost authority of archaeology and mythology at the in the world, in my opinion. But I currently work at the University of Washington. And what you'll notice about his appearance is that he has these circular spectacles that sit on his face, and he is almost compulsively pulling them off, cleaning them with this little rag he has, and putting them back on. But as for the rest of his appearance, he's wearing so his hair is kind of like, it's longer, combed over, but he has kind of like Wolverine style, like puffy, except it's not like well kept at all. It's like really scraggly, puffy, Wolverine style, like mutton chops coming out of the side of his head. He's wearing a long, coat with a vest underneath and a button-up white shirt with a tie. But he kind of has the crazy professor look going on is what he has. That is Sydney.
And then, last but not least, seated directly to the left-hand side of your host is Marley.
Dr. Marley Penbrook, well-known physician and surgeon. And she is wearing proper late Edwardian attire with her hair up in a bun, and she's 5'7" with a nice figure. She's very attractive.
It's true. And she keeps getting very odd looks from the servers as they move in and out. But nobody says anything. This is a very high-end establishment. But as your food is delivered, you make small talk for a little while with one another and with Van Astor. But at long last, as the food is being cleared away and the desserts have begun to arrive, except for, max desserts, which have been coming the entire time. Van Astor leans across. So, my friends, thank you ever so much for graciously accepting to meet me on such short notice. I'm sure you're curious why I've invited you here. Well, have any of you heard of a ancient town called Lanako?
Have I heard of an ancient town called Lanako?
Yes. In your
Definitely.
case, you have. If anybody else would like to have heard of it, you can make an academics roll and see if you've heard of it. But if nobody's going to make the roll, we'll progress with the
I
narrative.
don't see that anywhere. on
So,
my list.
this brings up an interesting Savage Worlds point. If academics is not on your list, means you are not trained in it. It's an unskilled roll.
That
The
does
way
make
that
sense.
works is you roll a d4 and your wild die, which is your d6. Then you subtract 2 from each of those dice, and you give me the highest number.
0.
All right. So, with a 0 or negative numbers, you are convinced that you've heard of Lanako. You definitely have not, in reality, heard of Lanako, but you're pretty sure that
Yeah,
you've
it's somewhere
heard
in
of.
Wisconsin, I think. They grow a lot of corn there.
Oh. Perhaps. That's not exactly the Lanako I'm speaking of, Miss
Gonna-
McLean, but
I pull off my glasses and start cleaning them and just look. I'm afraid you're terribly mistaken, young girl. Lanako
No, I'm
is.
pretty sure I'm right. I think I've been there.
You insist, but yet Lanako, this most assuredly is not the Lanako that our esteemed host would be referring to. You think he'd be referring to a small town in Wisconsin that grows corn? I thought they didn't
I
even
mean,
grow corn
maybe.
in Wisconsin.
I own a great deal of corn holdings, so I do have interest in corn, but not this particular corn. But it's possible that there is a Lanako, Wisconsin. I don't know. But no, this Lanako is rumored to be a lost city in Egypt, and is said to be the resting place of a room known as the Oracle's Ossuary. And it's this room, and more specifically, the branches of He inside of it, that I would like you to retrieve.
Branches of the branches of what?
Of He. It's the ancient Egyptian god of He. He specifically, and Patrick, you can, in character, I'm going to send you what this is so you can do your thing.
Perfect.
Fill them in.
The god He was generally was depicted with human or frog heads. He was one of the 8 original gods of the Ogdoad of Kumunu. He was the god of infinity and time, the god of long life and eternity. In his hand, he is shown in one of his hands. He is shown holding either, it depends on the depiction, either 1 or 2 palm fronds of 1,000,000 years in his life. This was generally referred to as the Egyptian sign of long life or longevity. It was believed that, these branches actually existed, but of course it's all mythology and speculation.
Yeah, my sources tell me that they do exist, and they in fact are contained within this ossuary. And that these 2 fronds, as you call them, are what I want the 5 of you, the 6 of you, excuse me. And he kind of glances at Joey, clearly having forgot that Joey was there, because the reality is Joey wasn't invited. Chance was invited, and Joey's just here, right?
He can't leave me at home alone.
That's very true. But he at least the 6 of you, to retrieve this particular
But what is it
artifact.
that this artifact is supposed to be capable of? Or
They are each surmounted on the bottom with not surmounted, I suppose, since it's on the bottom, but they have on the bottom of them a Shen ring, which is a ancient depiction of infinity for Egyptians, and it is our belief that with these rings we can conquer certain problematic areas of mathematics.
Sounds intriguing.
It's also our understanding that generally, according to what we've known of the ossuary, the oracle was said to have been buried with a great deal of gold and jewels as well, which would, of course, make this a lucrative adventure.
Indeed.
But only if those things actually exist where you think they do.
Well, my sources have tended to be reliable. When he kind of glances around, he says, I mean, I've made a fair amount of my money in the stock market, but not all of it.
All mythology and ancient legend is based generally in some amount of truth. So I do not doubt that these fronds and this ossuary existed in some capacity, but whether or not they do what our esteemed host claims they do is, of course, up to debate.
Well, what's not up for debate is the fact that I'm willing to pay all of you the sum of $25,000 each in order to acquire it.
Now, originally, I was just going to go along with this because my boss told me to, but that works for me as well.
I'm intrigued by this artifact. I would like to study it. Yes, the money is nice too.
Well, I've recruited all of you for a very particular set of skills that you all possess. Obviously, Mr. Castellanos, your expertise and your linguistic legend it precedes you. Mr. Higgins, you were recommended by Mr. Marley, and then Miss Marley, not no relation, obviously. You're the foremost surgeon on the West Coast, and I would like to believe that while this is likely to be a safe venture, you can't be too careful. Obviously, Mr. Cassidy, your reputation also precedes you, and as you told me over the phone, you would only come if I agreed to bring along Miss McLean. So I have had, as we've agreed, certain people watching your shop recently, and she fits the bill fine. As for you, Mr. Weston, on a job like this, it's important to have a man who can get things done. So, unless there are any other questions, and he kind of snaps his fingers and someone comes walking out of the side door, and they're holding a large cloche, and they lift it up, and there are small red leather-bound books, and each one of you is handed one. And it is a contract for services rendered.
How thick is this book if it's a contract?
It's pretty substantial.
It's a long contract.
Do I
Mostly
get
it's-
one too as a
yeah.
minor?
Yeah, one is brought to you, although it has your signature, and then Chance also has to sign yours. Like, he's both of them. But as you're browsing through it, anybody who would like to browse through it,
Oh, Dr.
But-
Penbrook is actually reading each individual page.
In your
unhurriedly.
case, Sarah, I
It was
need a
Dr.
research roll.
Higgins.
Anybody who's reading it carefully, I need a research roll because you're trying to essentially read some serious legalese here.
Okay. And looking
Alex
at
signs it because money.
this character sheet real quick.
Yep.
If it has a slash through it, that means I'm not. Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to understand the way this character sheet looks. It is like because like it has research and the 8 is black and filled in, which I assume means it is, but it has a slash through it.
Let me pull up your sheet.
I don't think the
It's
slash
it's
means
the-
anything.
It's their kind of depiction of the die type itself.
Yeah, they filled in your die.
Oh,
So
that
if it's
makes
black,
so
that's
much
the die
sense.
type you have. They just did that to try and differentiate between an 8 and a 10.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Hmm.
Well, then I will definitely be rolling to.
Yeah, it's just whatever is filled in black. That is your skill level.
With 2 explosions, I got a 13.
Okay.
An 8.
Yeah, I exploded once and got a 9.
All right. So the three of you who read the contract and succeeded with raises, this is pretty standard, pretty heavy stuff. What you do notice is it absolves Van Astor Corp of any and all responsibility should you happen to die. Though it does promise your $25,000 to whoever you assign it to in the contract upon your death. So they're making good on their promised pay. You'll just be dead. So they'll pay somebody else. In addition, it goes on to explain that all travel will be paid for by Van Astor Corp to get you to Cairo. And then from there, the investigation opens to you from Cairo. And you can file an expense report at a later date to attempt to get reimbursed based upon whether or not it will be considered necessary for the expenditure.
Am I getting 25K as well?
Yep.
Great.
Yeah, Mac and
That's all
Cassie
Mac
are
needs
both
to
getting.
know. Sounds
Yeah.
good.
You see Chance is like going through it, and then you see Mac just signs her name, and he's like, flips to the back and signs his, and signs, the Guardian of Mac line.
So, well, reading through this, you say that in the event of death, you will be sending our payment to a different beneficiary. Can this beneficiary be an entity rather than a person?
Whatever you would like, Professor Castellanos.
Excellent. I will have a letter written up. I would, in event of my death, I would like my funds sent to the Department of Mythology and Archaeology at the university.
Very well. Whatever. It'll be your money, essentially. So wherever you would like, just have everything filled out. Is there any other questions that I can answer for you, Miss Pembroke or Mr. Higgins? As I notice, neither of you have signed.
No, this contract seems quite thorough. And she signs her name.
I'm filling out the R&D department of 3M as the beneficiary if I happen to be gone.
Very well. And with that, he nods and he says, well then, we have a schedule to keep. I'm so pleased that you've all agreed to accept my proposition. There's a train bound for New York tomorrow evening at 9. I'll see you on the platform.
Mhm.
And with that, he stands up and he puts his out and he says, feel free to finish your dessert. I have much to attend to. And he turns and he looks at Marley. He says, I'm sorry to hear about what happened. By the way, Edward made a poor decision. And tips his hat again and makes his way out of the room. No, waiter approaches. May I get you anything else? The tap is still open. Mr. Van Astor will be paying.
Can I have 2 more peanut butter sandwiches, please?
Certainly. So, would you like those to go, or would you like to eat them here?
To go would be fine. And this time, can I have the crusts off? Your bread is a little stale.
And he adjusts his bow tie. Very well, sir. And makes his way out.
I appreciate it.
All right.
I've already gotten up to leave. I'm furiously writing notes in my little pocketbook of things I need to do, and I don't even bother saying goodbye to everyone because I don't care.
Any other conversations any of you would like to have with anybody before you exit for the evening?
No, I just want to make note of the fact that if anybody leaves any leftovers, Mac is going to eat them off their plates before they leave.
I have a bunch of crusts on my plate. If you want
No,
to eat
yeah,
those.
she'll leave those though. Like that's gross.
She may be young, but she's still cultured.
Van Astor ordered quite high up on the menu, and he actually didn't touch anything on his plate at all. So his entire meal is there. And it's not even like you're eating somebody's leftovers. Like it is just legitimately, his Puget Sound oysters are just there untouched.
Oh, I'm not eating those. That's gross. No, that's disgusting.
Oysters are delicious, and as someone who cannot eat them due to allergy, I'm offended and sad.
Never had a good oyster.
Why would you eat something that looks like it got snorted out of something's nose? That's just gross.
I can't answer that for you.
So, I'd actually like to look at Marley and say, what was Mr. Van Astor referring to when he asked about when he gave you your condolences?
He was referring to my ex-husband. And then she walks off.
Ah, yes, exes. I can understand that. Messy business exes are.
Sorry, and he said Edward. He meant Earl, not Edward.
I was about to write that down. Good time.
You were, again, in this fictional version of history, you were married to the silent film superstar Earl Williams.
Wow. Fancy.
Who also, legitimate human being.
Yeah. I will resist the urge to look him up and see what happened to him.
Shout out to him.
All right, so Marley has left.
Pocket some silverware as he leaves.
Okay. All right. The crystal goblets are probably nicer than flatware.
That's gonna be harder to sneak out.
That's true. All right, so you sneak out with some Butler Hotel silverware. As one does, I suppose. Actually, give me a thievery roll.
I was so close. It was a 5. Wild was a 1, and I got really concerned.
You managed to pocket a few things before you start to draw attention, and so you walk out with probably 3 or 4 pieces of silverware in your pocket. You probably stole them from Van Astor's place since they weren't used at all.
I might
Okay.
know how to clean them later.
Nope, it's true. All right, so we're gonna jump just really quickly to Chance and Mac as they head out. And Chance looks down at you. I knew about the money before we got here. It's the only reason we're here.
Yeah.
I'm old, kid. I can't keep doing this kind of stuff. I've done my bit for president and country, as it were, many times over, but... And he doesn't have to kneel down, because obviously Mac is, quite tall at this point. Not quite as tall as Chance is, but he reaches up and puts both arms, both hands on her shoulders and squares up with her. I just want to make sure that you're covered going forward.
Thanks.
Yeah. And he's not very emotional, and he doesn't get choked up like this often. So this is
Careful, you're gonna cry real tears.
yeah, probably a little bit concerning as a thing. But he says, anyway, yeah, got a couple jobs we got to get finished at the shop if we're really going to New York tomorrow night. So
Okay. Yeah.
let's get going. And he
Let's do it.
heads off and makes their way back to your repair shop. Does anybody go anywhere specifically before they go to New York, or do we want to plow ahead to New York time?
I'm going to 3M to talk to the head honchos.
That's impressive. 3M's in London.
Well, the local.
Okay. All right.
Just so they know I'm going to be gone.
Yep.
For a time.
Yeah. You make your way to the 3M office in
And I have
Seattle.
a feeling this may be worth it and advantageous towards the company as well.
Yep. You are escorted upstairs. I didn't realize when I named your character Marley, Sarah. Didn't dawn on me. So it's
It
gonna get a
dawned on
little-
me.
Yeah, it's gonna get a little. Well, you should have warned me. I wasn't thinking
So
about it.
call her Dr. Penbrook. She prefers that.
All right, you'll be Dr. Penbrook. But as you come in and you start talking to your manager, he looks at you and says, who was it who you said hired you?"
Mr. Van Astor.
Very well. And he reaches over and he scribbles a note down and hands it to a young lady who's standing there, and she hurries off. He says, "Just wait just a moment, Brady."
Mm-hmm.
And after a few minutes, a door up on the catwalk opens up, and you hear a voice call out to you in a British accent. "Higgins, get in here." And you recognize that voice as Soraya Marley, who is one of the large shareholders and daughter to the current CEO of the company. So she pulls you off, and we're going to do an Eric thing that's probably not necessarily been seen on the channel before. If you are not Jeff, please take your headphones off and watch your camera for when I give you a thumbs up. You're escorted into the room, and you see Soraya Marley sitting there, and she is behind her large mahogany desk, and she looks at you and says, "So Van Astor hired you then?
He did.
What are you after?"
Some mythical thing from Egypt, but the way it's described, it may be the missing piece to some of my research. The bronze of something.
Oh, of hair.
Yes.
Very well. Follow me. And she walks over and twists a combination into a safe and opens it up and hands you a backpack. She says, "These are some personal favorites of mine."
Mm-hmm.
And this would be your weird science devices. And says there's obviously manuals with all of them.
Oh, I'm quite familiar with some of these.
I'm glad. Well, I don't need to tell you, but whatever it is that Van Astor's paying you, 3M can more than match if things should happen to make their way here and not there.
I think that can be arranged.
Unfortunately, Van Astor doesn't tend to do business with my father. They had a falling out some time ago, and he seems to be working with more American developers.
Just curious of why he invited me along.
To be honest with you, it's because he doesn't know you work for us.
Well, Well, madame, I take
Good
my
luck.
leave.
And she nods to you, and
Mhm.
you make your way out.
Okay.
Welcome back. Time has progressed forward, unless any of you want to do anything specific.
I
Go ahead.
want to just confirm, and you don't have to say this out loud or tell me right at this moment. I just want to confirm, do I know where my contact is at this point in time? Do I know where she is
Cairo.
located? Cairo? Okay, cool. That's what I was hoping, but I wanted to confirm that's where I thought.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
she's in Cairo. It's very like GM arranged it that way ish. But yes, Cairo. Okay, so next day, your day passes by without any kind of incident, and you find yourselves standing on the platform in Seattle to make your way to New York. As you board the train, Van Astor has a few final words for each of you that are relatively patronizing overall. In terms of be safe, good luck, be sure to come home with all of my stuff. And with that, you are escorted up on board the train, and your journey begins. And if there weren't copyright issues, we'd hear a dun 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 dun, but we won't. As a little
That's all
dot
that we
makes
can get
its
away
way,
with.
a little dot makes its way across the United States via the railroad line from Seattle to New York. Your train ride is very comfortable. You've been put up in luxury, overnight cabins. You have, actually, all of you have a stateroom to yourself, which is insanely expensive, but it's wonderful, and you have very little incident. You find that there is a tab aboard the train for you to eat in the dining car. Once again, whatever you would like. Their peanut butter sandwiches are, in fact, inferior to the ones at the Butler Hotel.
At least they are there. I've been
But
having
they are there.
more peanut butter sandwiches.
And if you thought the bread at the hotel was stale, it ain't got nothing on this. But you arrive in New York with very little difficulty, and as you step off the platform, you are greeted by a buxom blonde young woman who is holding up a sign that just says Van Astor Party. And as you approach, she says, Professor Castellanos, I believe.
Yes, that would be I.
I am Maria. I work for Mr. Van Astor. I'm here to make sure that you get to your hotel for the evening, and then I will have a chauffeur at the hotel. Your boat to Paris leaves, not to Paris, but to France. Your boat to France leaves first thing in the morning.
Excellent. I'll make sure that me and my companions are up bright and early. Does this hotel have peanut butter sandwiches?
If not, sir, I can run to the market and help you.
Excellent. That would greatly appreciate that.
She gets a very concerned look on her face, but you are escorted to your hotel, and it does indeed have wonderful peanut butter sandwiches. They are not, in fact, stale, although you kind of are realizing that they also weren't stale there either, but you just don't like crust, it turns out. But you are staying at the Hotel McAlpin there in New York. And it's a wonderful, tall, beautiful building. And you are escorted up as soon as you get there to your various staterooms, and you are told that your stay also has accommodation to the Turkish baths that are on the top floor of this particular hotel. So
I did a quick Google search just now and learned peanut butter was not invented until 1895 and did not become popular until the 1920s. So right now, the professor is being like really, really
Super
like ahead of his
fancy.
time.
super hipster.
Yeah.
He's trendsetter is what he's trying to be.
So
Oh,
like
way to
it might not
go.
even be in the market. Like this is some fancy stuff.
Wow, way to go.
There we
Look
go.
at you. Well, I'm glad it was on the menu,
Congratulations,
so
Scott,
we
you
could
learned something today.
learn that vital
If
history.
if it was that fancy, we probably all would have been like, "Ooh, I rollered there, bud."
Yeah.
It's probably very expensive. It didn't get mass produced. It was all handmade until the 1920s.
Oh man.
Well, that's going to be
This is
unfortunate.
gourmet stuff.
Going to want to make
Yeah.
sure that we have a lot of peanut butter in our rations.
You're gonna get to Cairo with a bag of peanuts and hire a boy. Like your job is to grind these while we walk. Let's go.
Walk. We've got a mechanic with us.
Yeah, but the
Alex
automobile
is
wasn't
definitely
mass
gonna go
produced.
take advantage of the Turkish bath.
Turkish bath. Okay. While you are there, Dr. Penbrook, you are approached by a young woman. Has deep crimson hair. She's dressed very, very evening wear-esque. And she sees you and says, Marley Penbrook, is that you?
Yes.
Sally Walker, dear. I haven't seen you since Albert's party, Schweitzer's. On the coast that one day in LA. How are you, darling?
I'm doing well, thank you. What are you doing all the way out here?
Oh, us. We jet back and forth, as it were, on the train. My husband has to check out his holdings, as it were. Lots of Wall Street business. What brings you to New York? I'm surprised you're not trend-setting down in LA with that husband of yours. Is he on another film?
Possibly. I currently reside in Seattle, though.
In Seattle?
Yes.
It's a nice enough town, I suppose. I've been to Pike Street a few times, but why would you, of all the places you could be, why would you go up to rainy Seattle instead of being down in LA with your husband? Is he filming up there?
We're actually divorced. And I prefer Seattle to LA anyway.
And she gets this aghast look. Divorced?
Yes.
Darling. I'm so sorry to hear that. I
Don't
hope
be,
that-
I'm not.
This is GM having a hard time keeping character with this particular socialite. I see. Well, I'm very. I guess I'm not sorry to hear that. Then, if you're not, well, if you're ever back down in LA, feel free to, give us a ring, darling.
I will, but that's most unlikely.
I understand. And she kind of awkwardly starts to move away. She's like, well, it was wonderful to see you, Dr. Penbrook.
Likewise. Then she turns around and walks off.
All right. Anything besides Alex availing himself of the Turkish bath? Anything that you would like to do while you are in this hotel specifically?
I would like to attempt to continue my translation efforts of the special thing.
Special thing.
I just don't know how much I want to be telling everyone.
Give me a research roll.
Well, you, Patrick, have now outed yourself as a secret keeper.
Well, okay. But that was going to come
Jeff
out
got
anyway.
outed earlier when I made you all take your headphones off. So
That wasn't his decision, though.
it's true.
I got a 7.
Okay. You don't make a whole ton of headway, like even with a success on the roll. So for those in chat, in Savage Worlds, your primary target number is 4. Any 4 above that, so an 8, a 12, a 16, etc., is what's called a raise, is an extraordinary success. So 7 is just a success. But even with a success, you have spent the past 20 years of your life trying to translate this book, and you've got a lot of it, but you're not able to get substantially more. What you do manage to decipher is beneath the impossible sky.
Beneath the impossible sky. Let me write that down. Is it anything
And
like
you-
the impossible dream?
Well, you could dream it, I suppose, Don Quixote, but you do you. But yeah, so as you're aware, most of your this book is about the Ossuary and about Lanako, right? Which is why you had heard of it. And as you're deciphering and trying to get things, you're only getting bits and pieces. This is written in a very broken kind of ancient Egyptian that you just can't put together. Like the syntax is wonky, conjugation and stuff is weird, but it does mention, that the oracle dwells beneath the impossible sky.
Nito spaghetto. Interesting, I say as I take a bite of a peanut butter sandwich.
Running up that tab that luckily you're not paying for.
Exactly.
Okay.
How cool are the cars around here?
So cars, and I mean, it depends on if you like ultra classic cars, right? Like 1914 cars were A, rare, but B, like none of them have actual like hard roofs. Like they've all got like the cloth canvas roofs. They're all essentially portable. Plus, it is New York, so there aren't necessarily a ton of them overall, just because New York has always still been quite crowded. But they're good-looking cars. They don't compare to any of what comes into the body shop as a thing, because that's been you and Chance's business for a long time, is operating on, but repairing and detailing rich people cars in Seattle. But you do see like a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost out in front of the hotel, which is just, it's cherry red, has that beautiful black top on it with nice maidenhead on the front, and the gorgeous chromed grille, and those just monster fins that a Rolls-Royce had. And
That's a pretty car.
really pretty.
It's an old-looking car, but it's a pretty car.
Yeah.
Unless Chance stops me, I'm probably gonna like, I don't know, even like crawl underneath it and like look at the insides of it.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you can look underneath it. The thing about old cars is most everything was
Yeah, it's
contained in that
under
main
the-
compartment. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, but you take a look underneath it. Chance doesn't seem to,
crawl under it, look around.
yeah, it doesn't seem to give you any hard time about it.
It's a
Yeah, and
pretty one.
it's a really, really nice car.
25,000. It's a lot.
He kind of chuckles. Just be sure that you're smart with it, okay?
I'm smart.
That's not what I said. I wasn't accusing you of not being smart. I do, however, know that especially when it comes to money, you're impulsive.
Why is that bad?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Come on, let's get up and be ready. We got a long boat ride ahead of us, and I hate boats.
Right.
Not as much as a friend of mine hates snakes, but I do hate boats. And he heads up into the rooms. Anything else anybody wants to do in the hotel before we jump ahead? Morning comes. But before it does, I need everybody to give me a notice roll. And I will roll for Chance. Oh, Chance sleeps like a light when he rolls snake eyes.
I got a
Whee!
5.
2.
5.
6.
Okay. 5s and 6s. At some point during the evening, you hear a whole lot of noise out in the hallway. Enough to wake you up, in fact.
Alex steps out into the hallway with what looks like a small rod, about 10 inches long in the palm of his hand.
Okay. Pembroke, you failed, right? You didn't get a 4. You got a 3.
No, I got a 3.
There's somebody trying to open Miss Pembroke's door.
I walk over and grab the guy and kind of push him up against the wall. What are you doing?
And you slam up against the wall. He's an individual of of Arabic descent, and he looks at you wide-eyed. And we're going to do the Savage Worlds thing and draw some cards, which is how initiative works in Savage Worlds. Because he's gonna attempt to knee you in the stomach as a thing. So in Savage Worlds, initiative is refreshed every single round, and it operates off of cards. Certain edges, which are kind of like feats in D&D, will give you the chance to draw more cards or make it so you can't get cards below a certain number. But lowest card is 2, going all the way up to ace. Jokers are special. We'll cover one if it gets drawn. And should you match your opponent, like you both get a 5, then it comes down to suit order, which is reverse alphabetical in terms of suit. So I'm going to pull some cards here. Frito, for you, Mr. Weston, 7 of diamonds is your card. And for the man you are assaulting, gets the ace of hearts. So he is going to attempt to knee you in the stomach.
I came out at this point too to see what was going on.
Okay. We will get to you on, just because of Frito's past as a character, he's probably a lighter sleeper than anyone else here. So that's why we went with him first as a thing.
And I also would have been making my way out since I also succeeded,
Yep.
so.
I have bad news, Frito.
Yes.
That's a
die
lot of dice.
immediately and we'll have it the body of chance.
That is a 33 to hit you.
That's correct. I
Alright,
have
so-
a parry of 7.
All right. So in Savage Worlds, dice explode when you get the maximum
Gonna
number on it.
die.
And they can explode forever. And so in Savage Worlds, there's 2 rolls. There's to hit, which is fighting versus parry, or shooting versus the base target number for ranged combat. And then to hurt, which is a secondary roll. So right now, this is only to hit. So we did beat you with a raise. Luckily for you, that just gives him an additional d6. It is an unarmed strike, but he does happen to have the martial artist edge. So he's going to hit you a little bit harder than he would otherwise. But you only get
Bring it
1
on.
raise, so you only get 1 additional d6. It's not like he's hitting you with 5 extra d6 here. And he is going to hit you for 11 damage versus your toughness.
Of 7.
All right, so meets at 7, exceeds by 1, so that's going to be shaken with a wound. Unless you would like to, soak with those bennies that you have.
Yeah, we're gonna spend a Benny to soak because this is far too early in the campaign to die, or to just get beat up, for that matter.
If you die from a knee to the stomach, you have some problems.
Listen, I've been drinking a lot.
My liver's just in bad shape.
it's pretty much gone already.
His appendix is on the
Oh,
verge
no.
of bursting.
We're gonna leave it at that. I hit a 4.
All right, so you soak the only wound, and because you soaked the only wound, you're also not shaken. So, what Frito did is, as you see, there's numbers along everybody's character sheets. There's the B, and then a number, and then there's a different color B. That means the number of bennies you have. And that's important for Lydia, our first timer. You do have bennies that you can spend. Those will let you soak damage in combat. They will let you re-roll any trait roll that you want to re-roll, or a running roll or something like that. Or they will let you exert a little bit of creative control on the story. So, let's say, you wanted to go for a joyride in that Silver Ghost. You could have spent a Benny to say the keys were in the car as a thing. And then I would have been like, yeah, okay, cool. And then we would have rolled with that. Bennies will ebb and flow throughout the game. Theoretically, I will give out more bennies, but we'll believe that when I see it.
Big theoretically.
Correct.
And in addition, you all see you have one special benny. That is for you guys to give to another player for doing something cool as a thing. So if they do something awesome, you can be like, man, I'm going to give you my giveaway. And then that goes away, and you'll have an extra Benny in your pool. So in this case, Frito spent his Benny to soak the damage. He rolled a vigor roll to do so. And for each multiple of 4, it's a success, which soaks 1 wound. So he soaked the wound. That is how that played out. You now, Mr. Frito, Weston gets to strike back at this person should he be so inclined, as he just, needs you in the stomach to ineffectualness.
I get a little bit of a wince, and then I'm gonna punch him in the face.
Okay.
And
Are you punching him with the fist pack?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just in my hand. It's not doing anything.
Yeah, it's packing your fist. So
Yes.
if you hit him, we'll give you an extra 1 on damage here.
Woo. Fighting. 5 to hit.
All right, that will hit. So Frito rolled his fighting roll. He got a 5 that exceeds this particular NPC's parry, so he got a successful hit.
8
Okay.
to damage.
You got an 8 on your strength roll, and you added 1.
I got a 7 on the strength roll and added
Right.
1 to an 8.
Okay. All right, so yep, you punch him in the face, and he goes down like a light.
Oh, didn't want to hit him that hard.
I mean,
I'm gonna stand over
it's
him.
non-lethal, right?
I know.
He's unconscious, but
But I wanted to question him.
all right. At this point, Castellanos and Higgins, you guys empty out of your rooms, and just in time to watch Weston sock a dude in the face and drop him, which is awesome because you didn't see the lead up to this. As far as you just see Weston beat up some poor guy in the hallway.
Whatever is that for?
He was trying to break into the doctor's room.
Mm.
At
Oh, I
this
guess
point, by the
he's
way,
also a crappy
ladies,
fighter.
you would definitely have woken up to the sounds of this happening.
I guess
Pop
that
right out of
makes
bed
it
and open the
acceptable.
door.
Okay. And Chase is out. He's not waking up at all.
He's old. He's tired. It's fine.
Hashtag the worst.
He also takes a lot of pills when he goes to sleep, you've noticed, by the way.
He's gonna be dealing with motion sickness anyway.
Yeah. So you pop out and yep, there's Weston standing over some unconscious guy.
Oh, FYI, when I came out, I had my arm like pointed out towards me, and I had some contraption on it, and I was pointing at what was going on. And then I slowly put it away. Put my hand.
Yeah, it looks like kind of like a three-pronged. It looks sort of like a pipe, but it's got two that wrap around them. One that comes up between your middle finger, and then has a grip in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not gonna stay out here in the hallway. I'm gonna grab this unconscious man by the collar and drag him into my room.
Okay. Are the rest of you
Put
following
him in a
Weston, or
chair.
are you
Yes.
leaving him to interrogate this poor man by
Yeah.
himself?
I'm going to go and follow him.
Yep.
I'm
Are
curious.
Are you sleeping through this, Dr. Pembroke?
I think she woke up, decided that it had nothing to do with her, and then went back to sleep.
The dude's right in front of your door, and you're like, ah, it's fine.
Well, she's not going to go out and see who's fighting in front of her door. Hotel security can take care
She's
of
a
that.
lady.
She's also very attractive. She's used to this. It happens frequently. She's literally got a very attractive edge. So you make your way into your room and toss this guy into a chair. Probably
I want
like
to check out like the bruise or the impact or whatever on his face.
oh yeah, he's got like a bloody nose. Like it's pretty gnarly.
Nice. Well,
Probably
at
grab
least-
some
at least
hand
you're
towels
not-
and like tie him to the chair.
Yeah, something
At
like
least
that.
you're not weak.
He wakes up.
What time of
just-
night is it? Early morning?
It's like 2:00 in the morning. Because it's an Eric game, and that's when all things happen. It's 2:00 in the morning. Be fair.
Sure. I said before. Who are you?
Hakeem.
And
Clears
why are you
everything
trying
up, I think.
to... Yeah, definitely. Why are you trying to break into the lady's room?
And
And I kind of nudge over towards Mac, as if he was, trying to make him think he was breaking into the wrong room.
money.
How did you get in here?
In the
I'm pretty
hotel?
sure there was security. Yeah.
I work
This is
here.
a private. Oh,
Well,
not for much longer.
We'll see to that.
That's why I was hoping the money would be there. Then I wouldn't need to work here.
too bad. You're
Mm.
probably gonna have to go find somewhere else to work,
Yes.
as I'm now fiddling with this rod in my hand.
He's just kind of eyeing the rod a little bit. Like, it's very clear he has a concept of what the rod is. Well, not everybody does. Which, give me a notice roll, actually, Alex.
6. 4.
Yeah, so he's got his eyes fixed on that in kind of the way that he clearly knows what it is. Which they're not common, especially in this era. So if he's got an idea what it is, that puts him into a very specific category of people.
What do you do here at the hotel?
I carry things.
You carry things. Mm-hmm.
I love meme person Frito characters. It's my new favorite thing. Yes, the luggage or the large laundry or shipments of food. I carry things.
You're a bellboy.
Maybe.
Order.
Order.
And on
bellboy.
that answer, I give him a little gut punch.
What is wrong with you?
I see nothing wrong with this behavior.
What? Okay.
You're just punching these people. You see nothing wrong with that?
They were trying to steal what is ours, or our companions. Nope.
Do I believe what this guy's saying? Does this seem legit?
In Savage Worlds, that's 100% up to you. There isn't really a role for it.
Oh,
It's one of those systems where you have to make the determination.
all right, cool. Can't get the DM to tell me if
Is he
he's lying
wearing
or not.
He
Hotel
definitely
garb.
does not seem to be being honest with you.
Okay.
No, he's not wearing hotel garb at all.
What is he wearing?
He is in just dark colored street clothes for the era. Nothing special.
I'm gonna go through his pockets.
Liar and a thief.
You go through his pockets. He has a interesting ring on one finger, but besides that, isn't carrying any identification or money. He is carrying at his hip as you're like patting around. He does have a sheath knife that's about 6.5 inches long at his hip. That would be under like his coat, but the only thing beyond the knife that is interesting is his ring.
What's so interesting about this ring?
So it is a ring of solid copper, and on the top is a flattened disc that has had carving done into it into the shape of a triangle, and that triangle has been acid etched along the carving, and then the inside of that triangle has been hollowed down and has been mounted with a amethyst stone.
All right, brain boys, decide if this is important or relevant or whatever.
Um,
Can I take a look at it? If I recognize it.
yeah, you can look at it. Give me an occult roll.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna turn to Charles. Yeah.
Brady?
Right, no, he's asleep. Never mind. I'm gonna turn to Mac and say, "Go back to your room and see if the doctor knows anything about a man named Joaquin."
Hakeem.
Whatever.
Okay.
Let's be fair. Alex wouldn't care.
I'm
I said what I said.
Sounds fine.
beginning to understand why you like exploding dice so much. I just got an 18.
Uh-oh.
My cult roll.
You have no idea.
Mm.
Oh, I'm supposed to add a +2 to that. It's thankfully a 20.
You still have no
Still don't
idea.
know.
Dang it.
It's a secret society would be your guess, but you don't know beyond that. Which is another Savage Worlds thing that's important. You can roll for impossible things, but even if you raise all the time, you're not gonna succeed at impossible things.
Still impossible.
Possible is still
Can't
impossible.
jump the Grand Canyon even if you roll a 100. 24 raises across it. You'll just fall real fancy.
It seems as if our friend is part of a very special club.
Mm-hmm.
As to what this
Can I
club
take
is.
the ring?
Yeah,
I
you can
pocket
take
it.
that. He gasps like a lot when you take it. Underneath the ring, that same triangle is tattooed directly underneath where that ring would have sat.
Mm.
But admittedly not on his left hand because it's not a wedding ring. Just when my brain goes ring, I'm like, oh yes, this is where I wear a ring, although I'm not right now because summertime means my hands swell up a lot. And they hurt.
I'll turn back to Joaquin and say, "Who do you work for?"
At the hotel.
Ire.
He still don't believe you.
I work for the hotel.
Mm.
Punch him in the face.
Okay.
Yes.
He
Not enough to knock him out this time, since I already have an idea of how much force I
he
need to
spit-
do that.
he spits out some blood. Probably gets it on your shoes.
Any teeth come out too?
Nah, not this time.
Ah, shit.
I work for the hotel.
Okay. Last shot. Wait, hang on. Is Mac back from
Yeah.
I'm gonna-
So you headed to get the doctor.
Mhm.
Knock on the door.
Hey, are you awake? You should be awake. Did you fall asleep already? Want to see if you know this person. He's got some sort of foreign name that I can't pronounce.
She opens the door.
Because Hakeem
She's-
is difficult.
She's put a robe on over her nightgown. She opens the door a little bit to peek because she recognized your voice, and then she opens it more.
It is super obnoxious, by the way, Mac, no matter how tomboy Mac may be, that she's like just rolled out of bed and she's still this ridiculously stunning, right? It's one of those like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, her hair is mussed, but it's artfully mussed. It's hard to do it that way, but it just happens for her.
It's perfect. You start to realize you're like, oh my gosh, like her lips are just that red. She's not actually wearing any make. Like, what is happening?
Which,
It's
like, Mac
very
is just
annoying.
wearing, like, the same coveralls, too bad. It's
Yeah.
the same thing as she always was.
It's one of those things where like Mac probably doesn't care, but at the same time can't help but notice because it's the benefit of spending 2 edge points to get to that level.
I understand why you went back inside now, to just prep yourself to see a creep who was stalking your room. It's over here. Let's go.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what's happening. I just woke up. Isn't it still really early in the morning?
Doesn't mean things aren't happening.
Well,
What
there
better
was
time to work than early in the morning?
scuffle outside my door, but I assumed that security would take care of that. What is this about?
It's about the scuffle outside your room. We need to see if you can identify this person.
Why?
Also, he's got a busted up face. Maybe you can fix it.
What are you? What are?
I grab her by
starts
the
following
the
after
hand
you.
and drag her off.
Okay. You are largely dragged, but somewhat follow. And you're pulled into Weston's room, Alex Weston's room. And you're like, and you see there's an Arabic man bound to a chair. He's got a big black eye. There's blood in his mouth and in his nose. It's entirely possible Alex is just finishing punching him. We're going to go with yes for cinematic purposes. You walk in as Alex levels another one right in his face.
Oh my! What are you doing?
That's what I've been asking.
I'm trying to get information from this man. He was trying to break into your room.
Your methods aren't working. Everyone close your ears as I pull out a device out of my pocket. Start fiddling
Right
with it.
there. That is what hotel locks and security are for. What are you all doing?
To be honest, not really much. At least I'm not.
Y'all, you don't know him. Great. Y'all can go back to bed. I'll take care of this.
What'd you roll, Jeff?
7.
Cool. This will
Oh,
be
no.
fun.
Oh, weird science.
We're all
This'll
gonna
be-
die.
Unlikely.
If it's something that requires us to cover our ears, we're going to alert the entire hotel that something is going on right now.
Which one did you use? Did you use control?
Yep.
Okay. Luckily, that's targeted. So all of a sudden you just see him and he lifts up and he's holding like this stick, right? It actually looks pretty much essentially like this. It just has this prong on the end of it. And he just aims it, and you see him like turn a dial and then press a button, and you just see the man. A little bit of like blood comes out of one ear.
Now, who do you work for?
The hotel.
No.
What did you just do to him?
Can I see that?
He'll live. No.
I can't be a part of this anymore. I'm going back to bed, and I'm going back to my room. It's getting too weird, even for the professor of mythology.
Okay. Castellanos walks out. Mark off your PowerPoints. BT dubs. Okay,
How many
Castellanos
people
leaves.
have you stolen from before?
I work for the hotel.
Mm.
Why the hotel tell you to break into my room?
It's not your room. You live with the old man.
Okay, then same question, different room.
Because she has the money and because others had handled your rooms.
Ever occur to any of you that he does in fact work for the hotel? He's just a crooked hotel worker? And she goes to the sink and gets a washcloth damp and starts like
I'm gonna go check on Chance.
mopping the blood up off his face so she can see how badly he's injured.
Okay, chances pass the heck out.
I'm going to the
Ask
lobby to look
is-
for airport security.
Airport security in
Security.
the hotel lobby.
In 1914.
Hotel security.
He's looking for the Wright brothers directly.
You there. I have some words about that prop.
Oh no!
So you head in. So as you go into your room, Mac, you notice two things. First, Chance to Sill passed the heck out, hat down over his eyes like always. But someone has tossed the ever-living crap out of your room.
Do I notice when I get back to my room anything?
Your room has also been tossed.
I'm gonna start digging through my stuff and finding my book.
Do you want to spend a Benny to say that you always keep your book with you?
Yes.
Okay. Then your book is where you had it. Because otherwise it would not have been. But yeah, your room has been completely torn apart.
Well, then I want to start looking and seeing what's missing.
I know. I'm debating between searching and finding what's missing and going back and punching the guy myself.
Grabbing your wrench. Which, if you look at your
I don't think
character
I have a
sheet,
wrench. I have a crowbar.
you have a
So
crowbar,
even
but
better.
you see on your
Oh, the toolkit.
weapon. Well, your weapon says club. That's a wrench.
Yes.
By the way, like it's a big old wrench is what you hit people with. But so as you make your way back, as you're looking through, Sydney, all of your money is gone. Several of your notebooks that you've been taking notes in are gone. Your antique pocket watch is gone.
At least my book's fine. Really? I just kind of like aside, like I pat my, and then I feel my book.
Your book, yeah. As you're patting around, your book and your glasses cleaning cloth are both where they belong.
I just let out a
But-
sigh, and then I sit down in my bed like nothing's wrong.
All of your peanut butter is gone.
My peanut butter's gone! Oh no! That's the end of the world!
Do you want
I have to assume that the peanut butter is in like caviar tins. Like it's so fancy. It's in
Yeah.
these small little tins.
Oh, it's totally gone. Like he had like 8 tins at this point, like and gone.
Well, now I'm turning around and I want to find out what exactly is going on here. Why they felt it was necessary to frisk my room too.
I'm gonna nudge Chance awake and tell him to look through the stuff and find out what's missing. I'm gonna get my wrench. I'm gonna go back to the room.
Okay. Chance kind of groggily wakes up and sort of listens to what you say. And you make your way back to the room. What are those of you who are in the room doing?
Continuing to not believe that he works for the hotel. Until forced to believe something else.
Higgins, you're in the elevator,
Mm-hmm.
by the way.
Is there an elevator guy?
Yeah. Where's
That would be the worst
bellhop?
job ever, to just have to
Bellhop?
be awake.
Mm-hmm.
Wait for
Yep.
all through the night in a hotel.
I'm gonna
That'd
describe the
suck.
man to him and says, "Does this guy sound familiar?" He says he works for the hotel. Trying to break into one of our rooms.
I mean, break into your rooms. I'm terribly sorry to hear that, sir. But we'll get
want your
security up
manager.
there right away.
Right.
Sure, Karen.
No, but this time, in this period, Karen's a perfectly fine name.
Oh, I know.
Mhm.
Totally.
It's just
totally
the way
fine
Jeff
name.
presented it. Yeah, of course, Mr. Higgins. We'll get right on it.
Right. Take me back to my floor.
But sir, we're on our way to the lobby to get the security and the manager and the.
That I expect you to do that.
But yep. Hits the emergency stop button. Changes direction. Goes back up the 11 floors in 1914, where that took a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
Lets you out. Goes back down the 25 floors to the bottom of the hotel. After about 10 minutes, security arrives, as does the night manager. It is confirmed that Hakeem does in fact work for the hotel.
Not very much longer.
Definitely no longer does he work for the hotel, but he did work for the hotel.
Still alive.
How long did he work for this hotel?
About 8 months.
Does he often break into your guest room?
This is the first complaint we've had. His service regularity is exemplary.
Where's our stuff? Who are you working with?
You stole my
Punch.
peanut butter.
Punch him again while there's 3 security
don't
guards and the
care.
night manager standing there. And you just hear this. And everybody's sort of shocked.
And this is the first I've heard that they're stolen stuff.
Oh yeah, you haven't checked your room yet.
But I will sacrifice a Benny to let you know that I keep most of my important stuff in
Yeah.
my jacket.
Yep. All right, spend your Benny.
Because I don't trust anybody.
Yeah. Well, especially given what you're carrying, it's
Whatever
very
weird
important that you
medieval
not.
taser man.
But so he looks. He says, "I was only tasked with robbing the doctor."
Who are you working with?
You're being really, really short
Lap.
with your answers. They should be a little longer. The
I-
longer you talk, the more time in between him punching you in the face.
My brothers.
I nod emphatically.
My brothers were responsible for the other rooms.
Okay, more information, please.
Where can we find them?
At this point, it is unlikely that you can. The Brotherhood will have helped them to escape. What are you rolling now?
I was gonna punch him real hard in the face.
Go for the killing punch.
It was only a 4.
Okay, so and he sort of is looking at you, glassy, having been punched any number of times. And at this point, the manager has like stepped between you. Like, I can't have a dead body. Like, I understand he robbed you, but you can't like kill him in my hotel. And he says, "Will, the police are on their way. They've been called. We will do some
They're no fun.
investigation. Your
That won't do any good. We're leaving tomorrow morning. We need our stuff.
what all is missing? Your
None of
booking
my stuff would have
include
been in my room the whole time.
your booking has involved quite a substantial insurance policy from Mr. Van Astor, so we can at least provide financial compensation for whatever is missing.
Those
Well,
notes
in
I
that
had
case,
are irreplaceable. Years of work and study down the drain.
Wait, I thought you went back to your room and you were gone.
I came
All
back
this
stuff.
after
He came
my
back.
stuff.
Okay.
I came back.
Okay.
Yeah,
We've all
everybody
reconvened
is
in
now
my room.
here at this point, except Chance.
Who's
He's not
asleep.
here.
Yeah, I'm gonna pile into that. My mom's wedding ring was super expensive. It's gone. I'm so sad about it.
Well, I'm just submit a report. Well,
Submit a
Take
report. Submit a report. Is that all you can do?
at this point, security's like lifting the guy up. They've untied him and they start to move. And as they get him up, you see he kind of twitches and then he just turns and sprints at the window and just crashes through.
He was gonna die anyway.
And you see the manager and the security guards being like, "We're
Does
on
he
the
land? Does he land on the car?
Sure, we'll go with yes."
No.
I'm looking out
Right.
the window watching him.
It's right through the cloth top of the
Fascinating.
25 stories up. 24. You couldn't be on
Yep.
the 25th story of the building. 24 stories.
Man, must be a pancake.
All right, well, tell the manager everything that they need to pay you for. Get out of my room.
You want to sleep here still with that window broken?
It's fine.
There's blood on the walls too.
And
Kind of.
I like picture him like wiping blood off of his fist.
pretty much.
It's
Wiping
fine.
it on the curtains.
I don't care.
All right. So the manager takes your statements on what to replace. He gets a little bit skeptical as you describe this like priceless Irish emerald ring to him, but he
Mhm.
puts it on his report.
For $500.
Writes it all down and nods and makes his way back out.
Mm-hmm.
Leaves you all to have any fallout you would like to have before you're supposed to catch a boat in 2.5 hours.
You are all insane. And she turns around and walks out and goes back to her bedroom.
I never punched him.
And whatever, Doc.
I don't think insane is bad. We're supposed to go do some grave robbing, right? Sane people don't do that.
The official term is archaeology. Grave robbing is bad. Archaeology is perfectly acceptable.
It's for science.
It's for science.
Uh-huh.
When preserving history, it's acceptable. When making money, bad.
If you can do both at the same time, great.
Then you're very lucky. Okay. All right. So the morning comes, your wake up, knock on the door is there. The little man is there to wake you up. You are brought down and you get in the car and you make your way to the boat. And you are escorted to the
Did mini
equivalent
bars
of...
back in the 14s?
Sure.
If
Why
so,
not?
mine is empty.
Okay. Yours is empty.
Oh yeah, well, all was actually taken from our rooms.
For the most part, nothing that really was of consequence. Like you were all very broke temporarily until you were reimbursed. Anything that was really like nice, like jewelry or anything, was taken. The most notable thing that was missing are the professor's notes.
Years of work. It's gone.
As you go to leave, by the way, you are greeted by an individual from the hotel, like as you're getting into the car to be ferried to the ship. And a person of the hotel approaches and says, Professor Castellanos, a package arrived for you late last night, early this morning.
All right, I'll take it.
Inside is a like tin. Looks kind of like a cookie tin.
If there's sewing needles in here, I'm gonna be very disappointed. I'm gonna open up the
It is
tin.
filled with ashes.
In my heart of hearts, I know what these are. Tears just start streaming down my face.
And there's a note, tacked to the inside of the tin.
What does it say?
It says, prioritize your research better, Professor.
Just close the tin. Hold it very close to me. Let's just go.
You all get on to the ship to Paris. Well, to
Wow,
France.
people make fun of us women for being too emotional for hard work.
It's my life's work. Now all that remains is all
Maybe
those
your
books
life's
I
work
published.
shouldn't be so burnable.
And what would you suggest that I put this all on? Some magical device that I can just, write on and it will be stored in some magical area that I
No,
can just
you're an
recall at any
archaeologist.
time?
In the clouds?
Stored in the clouds?
No, you're an archaeologist. Carve it on a rock. That's what you're good at is rocks, right?
Takes.
I like that idea.
I'm not a geologist.
I'm not a geologist. How dare you? Don't
Archaeology is
talk
mostly
to me.
rocks, though, isn't it?
No! Archaeology is the study of ancient human cultures and history, you uneducated baboon.
Excuse me. Everything that's left over is just rocks. I've been to museums. It's just a bunch of rocks.
Oh, look at Chance.
Tell me it's not rocks.
It's not rocks. There's bones. There's priceless metals. There's...
Okay, then carve it on a bone. Something that won't get burned up.
I can't speak to this woman anymore. Chance, control your whelp.
I start
Can I
pulling
give
out
my
my
dinner for
wrench.
You can absolutely give it.
That was a superb.
Yeah. You can absolutely give Patrick your penny for control your whelp. Chance just like spits chewing tobacco at you, but
Who, at me?
no, at the dot. Like he's like listening and he like spits into his tin, and then be
I turn to him.
nice.
It's just rocks, right?
Be nice.
Just rocks.
Be nice. He's clearly sensitive. He's crying over a box and a bunch of books. And you guys make your way to the ship. Your ship travel is 100% uneventful, just because it's 8:40. So you have an uneventful.
I only
ship
make
travel.
a token effort to converse with my companions.
Yeah, I mean, mostly I would imagine that Dr. Penbrook spends a majority of her time separate from all of you, since she thinks you're all insane. Chance spends an inordinate amount of time at the bar, as does Weston.
I stay as far away from Mac as possible.
Castellanos spends a whole bunch of time essentially trying to retranscribe what he remembers into new books.
What kind of ship is it?
It is a 1914 luxury liner that I had the name of here somewhere.
Not the Titanic.
This is
Yeah,
not
that
the
went down in.
Titanic.
The Titanic went down in 1912, I think.
I don't know. Maybe in Eric's alternate world, the Titanic never went down.
Maybe.
It is
Going
a.
the wrong direction.
It's just called a white. It's a White Star ocean liner. Is what it's called. It's
I'd probably
just
spend a bit of
great
time
big-
trying to get into the engine room and take a look at stuff.
Okay.
I doubt they'll let me because I'm a child.
mean, you can probably at some point over the course of this several week voyage, in 1914, make your way to, you get in there at some point, and it's huge and awesome, but mostly huge. It probably seems fairly ostentatious to someone who really loves car engines. Like, it's cool what it does, but it's like, I mean,
It doesn't need to be that big.
yeah. Why does anybody need to travel in anything this large? But eventually you do arrive in France, and you are very hurriedly moved to a train to Greece from there. And then from Greece, you board another boat, which gets you to Cairo. And once again, we da 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 da, and then we don't hear anymore, and you see a little dot that travels along the way. And for anyone interested, that is how you would have had to go from Seattle to Egypt at the time. So, Cairo. We will be in Cairo after however long of a break Patrick thinks we should take.
5 minutes is how long we try to take.
We will be back in Cairo in roughly 5 minutes.
Thanks for being here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back. Cairo, 1914. It's a very busy, bustling place, very tourist-centric. It has a thing. Yes, Alex. I recognize the Frito wanting to ask a question face.
I look to Chance and the other smart people and say, "Y'all know exactly where we're going, right?"
No,
No,
but
we were told we would need to do some investigation and find out where we're headed. That's what I think Mr. Castellanos is here for.
yes, I happen to have an acquaintance is the best way to put it, who works in the Egyptian Historic Society that will hopefully be able to point us at least in the vague, general, correct direction.
Well, I recommend we start with them.
Excellent. Just forewarning, it might not be the most pleasant reunion to watch, but I am very positive that I will be able to convince her to help us in the long run.
And you see Chance just kind of one of those kind of acquaintances, huh?
Well,
If
yeah,
not, I can be persuasive.
I would prefer that you don't hurt her. We may not.
It would be better if I talked to her instead of having us punch her.
Yes. I may not be with her anymore, but she is still important to me. Let's not be punching her.
Oh, one of those contacts.
Yes.
Oh, yes. And if it's going to be an unpleasant reunion, my guess is he either was unfaithful or he took off in the middle of the night and didn't tell her. Or both.
First, you have that
Now
in
he-
you.
And now he has a child he didn't know.
I certainly hope
Well,
not.
that would be excellent. So he plays
Don't
bets
give
on
Eric's
that.
ideas.
Yes.
No.
am-
No. It was.
Doctor, can we trust you to hang on to the money?
Are
This is
you
the most
implying,
excited Chance has been about anything since you guys met him.
are you implying that I could be at all untrustworthy?
No, I would never imply anything with regards to you, Dr. Pembroke. A woman
Good.
of your caliber, stature, beauty, all unbesmirched, I'm sure. This is what happens when you have major hindrance gambling addiction on your character sheet. as
Which,
an
like,
NPC.
am I aware of that? I would
Oh
be aware of
yeah,
that,
you
right?
know this
Yeah.
is a terrible idea.
Okay.
I.
Set yourself a max of $5.
We're gonna make 25 grand off this.
$5.
7.
I
No.
look at
Only 5.
Charles. So,
7 and I'll buy
which
you a
side
beer.
are you betting on?
I
Oh,
am.
he is a child.
Yeah, Brady and Chance. So which one are you talking to?
Chance. Sorry.
Chance. Oh, I'm absolutely betting that he's got a child.
Right.
Nah,
so
he
that,
doesn't have that. He
someone
doesn't
gets
have
paid
that
out.
in him.
I don't know whether to be more offended, the fact that they think I would have a child that I'm not taking care of, or the fact that this child thinks that I don't have the ability to have a child.
You've been crying over books for the last 3 weeks. Or whatever.
It was only 2,
Whatever.
but
Alex does make a good point.
10 that there's no kid left in the middle of the night without saying anything.
I'll take that action. And he turns and I'll buy you 2 beers. And he hands the doctor 10.
All right.
This is ridiculous. We're wasting time.
Bro, I mean, we got Crybaby over here. He's got to help us find this chick.
you know, I'm very tempted to bring only the doctor along with me and no one else, and then not tell you, so the doctor gets to keep your money.
It'll go
Actually-
very, very, very well when, you know, you get shot at or attacked by a camel.
Attacked by... I'm terrified of camels.
I'm
Actually-
surprised me.
You should, and he like lifts up his shoulder, and there's like a scar. It's like this is what happens when you get bit by a camel.
I'm assuming from what you've said that you used to be in a relationship with this woman and things perhaps didn't go well. It might actually be a better idea if you don't stand too close to me. It could make things go worse if she assumes certain things.
Can you imagine?
I'm very tempted to go by myself.
Show up with a woman with a very attractive edge and just be like, "Mhm.
I upgraded from you.
All right,
you only have attractive. She has very."
let's get this over with.
All right, where are you looking for Aya?
Well, my assumption is that there is... my first thought process would be to look in wherever the Egyptian Historic Society is headquartered.
Okay. You can try and find out where that is. Give me a... What do I want to make you roll? That's the thing. All right. Between anybody who wants to ask around, you can roll one of the following: common knowledge, persuasion, intimidation, or research with a penalty.
I shall try to persuade people.
Shocking.
What is the penalty in persuasion? How much of a penalty is it?
The penalty in research will be a -2
Research,
because
let's see.
research is going to be literally like wandering around trying to find a map.
There's no
Also-
tourist kiosk.
How hot is it?
It's pretty
Like I
hot.
imagine pretty hot. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not into
Alright.
that. I'm not helping.
I guess
So
I
like
don't know.
you found like like you and Chance have found like a shaded divan kind of thing, and he's just like ordering drinks and fulfilling his 2 beer minimum for you letting him bet $10.
So it's common knowledge, persuasion, and research?
Common knowledge, persuasion, intimidation, or research to -2.
If I roll a dice and it explodes, like, so the research die is an 8, and it's 8, it still explodes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the -2 applies to your end total.
Gotcha. Okay, well that's gonna be a
I-
12 with research.
Bennied my persuasion and got a 7.
Did you apply all of your very attractive modifiers?
No. I did not.
You probably
And-
should do that.
I should. I got a 10.
Okay. All right. With research, you do manage to find out where it will be, but the benefit of having a super, super gorgeous woman talk to the locals and find a couple of the English-speaking like sailors is they, can get you there pretty quick.
I speak Arabic.
But you were busy researching.
Super
She was
attractive woman
busy.
trumps.
She was busy like batting her eyelashes and talking to people.
A lot of people will learn English when there's a pretty woman around.
It's remarkable, especially in 1914. But you do manage to find your way to the Historic Society. When you arrive and you announce that you, Sidney Castellanos, are here looking to speak with Aya Mansour, they close the door in your face.
That didn't go how I thought it would.
You do know you might be able to meet her at your old bar.
That would have been nice to know.
Probably still frequents that. Well, I mean, you didn't want to meet her in familiar turf. That seems dangerous. There's alcohol and drinks she can throw at you.
Well, I guess I'm going to suggest that someone else give it a try and not mention my name first before we go to my bar.
You could, yeah, you can. Somebody else can try and make an
Where
appointment
is
with
this
Aya
bar?
Mansour. It is on the waterfront.
Lead the way. Because I need to earn $10.
All right, well, I guess we're going to go to the old bar.
Okay.
How do I have an old bar but didn't know where the Egyptian Historic Society was?
You were kind of very busy when you were in
I'm an
Cairo.
archaeologist.
Yeah. That doesn't mean you had interactions with the Historic Society. You probably had
Like saying
interactions with whoever you were working for.
It's like saying the
And
nerd in
whatever.
college knew where the skate park was, but not where the library was.
I guess I just assumed that the Egyptian Historic Society had to do with archaeology.
I mean, it does.
So why wouldn't I have known where the Egyptian Historic Society was?
You were too
'Cause
lost
I
in her
wanted
eyes.
you to roll. At the time, you were super in love with this girl. You had not yet fallen in love with everything else.
Okay, then.
I was assuming you just weren't a very good archaeologist.
Thanks.
There is that.
So no one wants to try and like get in and talk to her otherwise? Because like I'll try, but it won't go well.
I could go up to the door and ask after her. I
Okay.
think my character would rather do that than go to a bar.
Okay. Certainly we can. I'll see if she's available. And he disappears. Comes back. Certainly. Follow me, miss.
Thank you.
Who is going with Miss Pembroke?
Oh me, please.
I'd like to attempt to go with Miss Pembroke.
Stay in the back.
Yep. I try to be as unnoticeable as possible.
I would
You're gonna
advise
have
you
to-
staying put outside,
You're gonna have to give me a stealth roll,
Sydney.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay outside.
Professor Castellanos. All right, Castellanos stays outside. So Castellanos, headphones off, sir.
Dang it.
You are all escorted to a small office that's piled with all kinds of books. And there is indeed a attractive woman behind the desk there. She's not very attractive like Dr. Pembroke, but she is attractive.
Ouch.
These are specific Savage Worlds terms. You can take edges. Attractive is one, very attractive is the level up. So Sarah is the very level up, and Patrick's X is the not level up. But she's still prettier than 90% of the people in the world, so it's fine. And she looks up. Yes, I'm Dr. Mansour. How may I help you?
Yes. We are looking for the location of a place called Lanako, and we heard that you might have information that could tell us where to find it.
Give me a notice roll. Everybody who's in there.
Three.
3.
7.
8.
Okay. When she says Lanako, for the 7 and the 8 as well, but for the 7 specifically, she gets very wild-eyed and kind of looks around super nervously, but doesn't say anything. For the 8, so for Jeff, she fiddles with a necklace that she's wearing. Like very, very obviously, like fiddles with this necklace. I'm sorry, it's not a name I'm familiar with.
Are you sure? Because we were led to believe that you would definitely have information for us.
It's not my area of study.
Sydney says you know where it is.
I wouldn't mention that name yet. I'm gonna put down $100 bill.
So this is how this is playing out. All of a sudden, you see someone pull out $100 bill, and then you hear Sydney says, and simultaneously, and she like glances down at the money, the American money in Cairo.
$4
And
a
then-
lot, too.
$100 is a lot of money, but then glances up, and her eyes kind of narrow. What did you say?
This
Not
professor
important.
dude says that you would know where it was.
Do you have kids?
Is
Why
Sydney
I was looking
here?
around to see if you had any pictures or something.
Oh, this office is so cramped with books. It's like she like operates in this tiny space that's like this much wider than her shoulders, and it's just wall to wall books. It's horribly claustrophobic.
Mhm.
And she just kind of looks and she's like, "Is he here?"
He's outside.
I have some work I must finish. Tell him I will meet him at the sunset this evening.
Where?
Is that one-on-one invitation? Or are we allowed to also be there to hear the things that we want to hear? And just see everything happen.
If you happen to be in the bar at the same time, he'll know where the sunset is.
Isn't it in the west?
It's a bar, dear.
Let's
Oh.
go.
Then
I'm sorry, I do
when?
have.
Sorry to trouble you. We will take our leave now, and
If Sydney really deserves to see me, he'll know.
So no
Okay,
answer.
Chance,
No
so
answer on the kids' question then.
The bet's
Okay.
still on.
Just ignore the child.
Excuse
Max time
me.
go.
And the 2 grown
I'm taller than you. That's got to count for something.
Unfortunately, it doesn't.
Maybe not for someone short like you. And I turn and leave.
And she kind of looks at Dr. Pembroke. Why is there so much interest in whether or not I have children?
Because unfortunately, my companions are crude, vulgar people. Try to ignore
they
most
feel
of
I
what
have-
they say.
They feel I have children with Sydney.
Yes.
No, I would never have children with a man as unfaithful as he was.
Good for you.
Oh, it's nothing like that. Sydney loved me, but he loved his work more. There was never another woman It was just the next discovery. It's difficult to compete with. It's difficult to think about when your competition is dried up old secrets.
Can I swipe
Yes.
a book on my way out?
Sure. Give me a thievery roll.
Ten.
Okay. You easily grab a book. And you guys make your way back out to Sydney. About 20 minutes later, your companions come back down the hallway, exit the offices, find you
Did she
on the
wear
street.
glasses? Just
She
wondering.
did not.
Okay. Good to know.
No, she was perfectly olive complexion, long, about mid-back length, dark hair. But yeah, no glasses.
I toss the professor a book and say, she'll meet you at sunset.
Oh,
Or
Which you know,
the
Patrick,
sunset.
which you know, Patrick, is the name of your bar.
very well then. What did she tell you?
This'll calm your achy breaky heart.
Also,
As long as you don't tell it.
since I was not paying attention to who betted what, who gets the money since she does not have children with Mr. Castellano?
Oh, thank goodness.
Me.
Also, Professor,
Although-
did you used to be handsome? Because otherwise, I don't see it.
I mean, I haven't aged the most
I'm gonna
gracefully, I
give
will
Lydia a
admit.
Betty. Chalk a Betty up for Lydia for me. Oh, that's solid. Well done.
Well, I haven't aged the most gracefully, I will admit, but
Yeah, I think you need better glasses because you squint. You've got a lot of lines on your forehead. I think just from reading too much and squinting.
thank you for reminding me I haven't been speaking to you for the past several weeks.
And as you're standing there, you feel just kind of this like pressure right here, and you glance out of the corner of your eye, and Chase is like, "We can approve your appearance, and I'll just take them off." You see he's holding a razor right against one of your mutton chops.
No, please. Do not touch me. Apparently.
I do think it would work. I do think he'd look better without him. You're a bit
I
too
can
fuzzy.
guarantee you he would.
I would
You
appreciate.
could even, if you do it a bit rougher, you give him a scar, it'd be even better.
I would appreciate
I mean, it
if
wouldn't
everyone
heal by
left my.
tonight.
Would appreciate if everyone left my face alone. It's fine the way it is. I
And he
have
looks
more.
at you and he says, "You're seeing her for the first time in how long?"
10
to you.
years.
And you're gonna let her see you like that?
I mean,
Come with me. And he just like grabs you by the collar.
all right then. I guess I'm gonna go get cleaned up.
Makeover montage begins.
Just get like a few notes to bless your beautiful hide, and then it stops because copyright reasons.
Has Chance been to Cairo before?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I
yeah.
figured.
Chance has been here a number of times.
He knows the best places.
Yeah, so he gets you. You get cleaned up some. Fast forward, and you make your way to a bar on the waterfront called the Sunset. You know what time you're supposed to be there because it's the time you guys always met when work was ending, and you have shown your friends where the bar is because they have front row seats. But you make your way in. It's very, very obvious to you that she had interest in the fact that you were in town, because it would appear the vital work she had to do before seeing you is she is dressed to the nines as a thing.
Oh dear.
Stone cold stunner kind of thing. I mean, still not a Miss Pembroke, but she's doing her best. Long, evening gown, very, cut appropriately for the time period, but still, of a more loose and flowy kind of fabric than you would find in the U.S. just due to the heat. Her hair is ornately done up. She is sitting at your usual table. You haven't seen her in 10 years, but it is a reminder of everything you gave up for the work you were doing.
Approach the table and say the words that we met and when I first decided to talk to her. Is this seat taken?
Hasn't been for a decade.
I'm gonna sit down and look at her. It's been a long time.
She promptly throws a drink in your face.
I was just about to make a bet with Chance about that. I was like, one beer says he ends up with something on him.
You sit down, she smiles at you, and then douses you with red wine.
Take a napkin, wipe my face off, and then take off my glasses, pull out my special cloth, and wipe my glasses off.
Ah, the cloth still exists, I see.
It replaced it a few times, same material, but yes. Put the back on and then wipe off the rest of my face. I probably deserved that, to be honest.
Oh, you definitely deserved that. And this. And she slaps you.
Now that, I'm not so certain I deserved, but I'll give it to you.
Do you have any idea how difficult it is to return home and you're just not there? And you didn't write, and you didn't send any kind of communication for almost 2 years, Sydney.
You made it very clear in our last conversation that you didn't have any interest in the work I was doing.
It isn't that I didn't have any interest. I was tired of having to compete. It's one thing having to compete with an actual mistress, but when your mistress is words and secrets and whispers and rumors...
I'm terribly sorry. If there had been a way that I could have...
What, loved me as much as you loved your work?
You're the one who asked for this meeting, not me. I sent my companions in to speak with you, and you're the one who asked me here. I'm not terribly interested in rehashing old
I
wounds.
don't give a damn what you're interested in, Sydney. I've had 10 years to stew while you got tenured at your university. I've spent 10 years waiting for the chance to throw a drink in your face.
Nothing was preventing you from coming to Seattle and doing that.
She looks over again and then slaps you hard across the face a second time.
Now I'll say I deserved that too.
What do you want, Sydney?
We need your help. I don't know how much my companions told you. They didn't.
You're looking
inform
for
me.
Lanako.
Yes.
But you've been looking for Lanako for 20 years.
I do have. I believe, though, that you possess the key to finding where Lanako is.
What are you talking about?
You remember on our first anniversary that necklace that I gave you?
When you notice that, I mean, it's proudly on, like, it's still there.
Wearing it right now.
Of course. Yeah. Yes.
I didn't realize it at the time, but in my
You didn't find the journal until about 5 years ago.
Yes, I didn't realize it at the time, but I found some things in the future about 5 years ago that leads me to believe that this necklace I gave you is the key to finding Lanako. And I'm going to reach and I'm going to pull out the peasant's pontificate and place it on the table.
What is that? Like I've seen 100 books from you before.
This, my dear, is the peasant's pontificate. It's
And her eyes kind of narrow at you. Where did you find it? You said it was a myth.
I'm an archaeologist and expert in mythology, as I've always told you, my dear, and as I tell everyone, every myth and legend has a bit of truth behind it. Just because I say something's a myth doesn't mean I don't believe it's real. You know that, as well as anyone. I followed the myths. It led me to first first a small town abandoned long ago here in Egypt, and then that was raided during some crusaders that got lost on their way to Jerusalem. Knights Templar took it. I followed them down, tracked it to where the Knights Templar had sold it to a museum in London, which I paid a lot of money to obtain and get from that museum. And I found it. And in my course of attempting to translate it, it became apparent that this necklace that I gave you possesses the cipher that I need to be able to translate the rest of the book. I have bits and pieces, but it's in a very ancient dialect of Egyptian that I'm not, even older than ancient Egyptian, that I just have been unable to translate.
I see. What is it you're expecting, Sid? That I'm going to just hand you the thing I cherish most in the entire world and let you ride out of my life again? This necklace is the only thing from a time when I believed you loved me.
I loved you, Aya, and I still do love you. This work is so important. I can't just...
Important to who, Sydney? To you?
Important to the world.
How is it important to the world? 99% of people don't even know it exists. And you know what? 99% of those people don't care.
Imagine what the changes that we could do to the world, the good that could be done if we were to find the Oracle's Ossuary.
Why? Because you believe it's this glorious, technologically advanced place? Believe it's
Yes.
this seat of enlightenment? And what if it's not? What if it's just another dust-covered village?
It's a risk that we have to be willing to take. It's what we do. We're archaeologists, constantly going from one dust-covered village to another dust-covered village in the hopes that we find something more than
Yes,
rocks.
and I never gave up my chance at a family for it. You did. So I'll tell you something, Professor Castellanos. You can find Lanako. But I'm coming with you.
It's...
Good, hit him again.
Ignore her. It's dangerous, Aya.
And if you remember, I'm the one who's kept your butt out of harm more times than can count. You're clumsy with a gun. And you can't fight to save your life.
That's why I've always hired people to do my fighting for me. And in this case, my employer has hired several people to do my fighting
Yeah,
for
but
me.
at one point you didn't need to hire anyone. You had a partner who did it with you. If you want this necklace, Sid, the only way it comes is along with me. we'll translate that book together. Because I want to be there to see the tears in your eyes when it's nothing more than a dust heap. And she stands up. She reaches across and grabs somebody else's wine and throws it in your face.
Cover my glasses really quick.
My office in the morning.
They're gonna let me in this time.
We'll see. And she makes her way over and she stops in front of Weston and she looks at you for a second and she produces a fairly large stack of Egyptian currency and hands it to you and says, if you punch him a few times, I would appreciate it.
You
And
got
she-
yourself a deal.
Walks out of the room.
I think I need this woman to be my mother. I think so. I think she needs to be my mom.
Chance sits there. She's too young for me. Not sure
That
my
never
heart can
bothered you
take it
before,
anymore.
so why would it bother you now?
I've gone through a lot. It's been, my heart's had a hard time. It's been difficult.
And
I mean, I'll
this is
try.
why I remain single.
And celibate, apparently. And he
Mm.
stands up and drinks his beer and makes his way after Aya.
Is he gonna go and like talk to her?
You
God,
don't
this is a
know
joke.
because it
No.
happens off camera.
Oh,
I'm just going to order a bunch of drinks and just drink myself stupid right now.
Okay. You drink yourself stupid. Anybody else want to do anything before off camera Weston punches the crap out of Castellanos? And
And we find a place to spend the night.
oh, you have a hotel in Cairo
Okay, deal.
by
Perfect.
Van Astor. Morning comes, you make your way to Aya's office. You are allowed in.
Oh, God.
Sydney was a lot more handsome without, the big bags under his eyes and the large black eye that Weston gave him.
that's a lot of work for nothing.
But arrives and you are shown to her office. And she says, follow me, and leads you to a conference kind of room, since there's not enough room in her small office. And she produces a map. For storytelling purposes, several hours pass with Sydney and Aya head to head reading this book that Sydney suddenly produced. And it becomes clear, and you get this eureka, like jump in the air, clack your heels together kind of moment as you realize that what you're looking for is significantly further south than you ever thought it was, in the Valley of Kings.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, just chop
Probably
it right
will.
out.
Yeah, probably will edit this part
Except
out.
for aliens, we will definitely extensively cover the aliens.
Yep.
Don't worry. While you were gone, we solved all the world's problems and
Yeah.
completed our quest. We're
We
all
made it
rich.
to the Valley Kings.
Mm.
No complication whatsoever.
All right, well, it's been a good game. We'll all see you next week.
All right.
Except Lydia, who's not in that game, so we won't see her. But anyway,
I've got a game next week.
but you won't see me.
No. We'll see Jeff though.
It's true.
Yep.
All right, I'm back, and I think good.
Anyway, there was a wonderful aha moment.
Heels
where
clicked.
People realized where they needed to go,
Yep.
and we packed.
Yeah, you ended up. You were saying like hack, something.
Yeah, I have no
Further
idea.
south.
Oh yeah, you
Needed to go to
pack
Valley Kings.
you pack up, you make your way to the Valley of Kings. That's what we're doing.
Copyright.
Do we ride camels, or is there a
Would you-
train?
Would you like to ride camels? You can
I
absolutely.
want to get a
ride
truck.
I feel like Chance wouldn't want camels.
No.
I feel like
We can
Chance
give
would
Chance
want
a
one. We can
donkey.
find a big safari truck for you to do maintenance on.
You
think
you
those
do
exist.
you do end up with horses, but you end up getting you take a train and then you end up with horses out of the local town to get there. But you make your way to the Valley of Kings. But about midway through the second day out, I need a notice roll from everybody in the club.
Everybody in the club. All right.
5.
5.
Rolling for
I think that's the
Aya.
first one I've succeeded on the entire night.
Aya rolls double ones.
I
7.
rolled.
Aya doesn't notice anything. She's too mad at Sydney.
She's
got a-
glaring at the back of his head.
Looks could
She
kill.
keeps.
Two.
Out of
Hey.
4.
Alright, if you have a 4, just hold your hand up. Did anybody raise at all? Okay.
Nope, I only got a 7.
Chance raised. He got an 11. So he is going to pull his horse in next to Brady and Weston. And Higgins, Weston. See up there on the rise. And you guys have been noticing kind of this glint up there. There's riders
Yes.
up there. I think we're going to be ambushed.
Do you have a telescope?
No. Not unless he spends a penny. Then he does. But he does rein in. I think we're about to be ambushed, boys. And he unclips the clip on his Colt 45.
I pulled a Ruger out of my, side saddle and just kind of ready it as we continue trotting along.
He rides up next to Mac. Mac,
Hmm.
I think we're gonna get ambushed here. Look after the
Oh
dog.
yeah, I pull my Ruger out too.
And he says, look after the doc. She's a desert flower or something else frail and wilty.
How about we go with just not armed?
Don't worry, I've got you. I'll keep you so safe. And I'm like just waving the gun around. You don't have to worry about a thing. I've got it.
He looks at you and he says, Madam, if I may, desert roses are rare and beautiful. In fact, I think a song will be written about one someday.
Lovely.
And he
That line usually works. Darn. Okay.
moves off and away. I just wanted to reference the Stink song. But he moves up and away, and sure enough, a few minutes later, 6 riders come pouring down over the rise. And we're going to draw some initiative cards and go to the combat map.
Yay, combat map.
Oh, and no one's bennies are updated. I thought I fixed that so that way all the bennies would update no matter what map scene I was on. Fix people.
Shame.
That's okay. I keep track of my own.
But I want our audience to see what the.
I have severe doubt that I will ever even think to use them.
You will think to use them.
Think of it.
Okay.
If you don't make a success, spend a Benny so you can re-roll it.
Especially
You have 5
if it's
of them
something
out
that's
of it.
important. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. This is the rise that you have around you. Sorry, I'm probably hard to hear since I've moved away from my mic, but I have to set up the combat map. And you are in a narrow canyon. You can technically come up onto the rise if you would like, but it will take double pace to get up the rise. And even though it looks like you could just go in between these, you cannot. I just don't have enough blocks. So, you have your colors, which you were assigned at the start of all of this nonsense. Those are still your colors to this point. Because I don't usually run for 5. I don't have enough tokens. So all of these pink dice that one's not pink. All of these pink dice are the bad guys. So it's time to draw some initiative cards here.
It would make my OCD really great is if you put one of those dice on every number, so there's 6.
That would actually
Or make them all the same
help.
number.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we can say, "Hey, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
let me
attack
say
6."
attack. Yeah,
That's
then
true.
we have to choose which
That's a good
ones we're
point.
attacking. Jeff is a genius.
There you go. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. First things first, gotta draw some cards for all of you. All right, so first up, Mr. Weston, 10 of Hearts. Mac, King of Spades. Puts you at the top of the order so far. Castellanos, 7 of Spades. Higgins, Queen of Hearts. Pembroke, Jack of Diamonds. And the Riders of Rohan, or Riders of the Desert, are the King of Clubs, which means King of Spades, Mac. I have to draw for Aya and Chance. Sorry. Aya is the 6 of Hearts. Chance is the Ace of Hearts. So
Oh, thank goodness.
Chance is actually first. That's the thing. So Chance is going to glance around. He's going to see that they are coming down with guns in their hands and firing at you as they come down. For cinematic purposes, obviously they're missing, but they're coming down, taking shots. And he's going to look at you, but mostly at Alex, and he's going to say, "I'm going with lethal force here." And he's going to start to ride toward one and take a shot. I do have to produce a Alex and an Aya. So Aya is the orange dice. Alex is the white, or Chance is the white dice. So Chance is going to fire at number 2 as a thing.
Is each square 5 units?
5 feet. Yep.
5 feet. Okay.
Yeah, your pace should be. Yeah, your pace should just be a number.
Yeah. No, I was looking at them, so I guess
At
I'm
the
looking
ranges?
at the ranges. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just a number. Chance will roll a 9 to hit with his shot, which is a raise on these gentlemen. And I didn't pull up Chance's character sheet when I came back from our little episode. So I need to look at what his gun does damage-wise. 2d6 plus 1. Okay. So damage, for those watching who don't know Savage Worlds, works slightly differently than attack. Whereas when you're attacking, everything is your trait die and your wild die, and then you just take whichever's higher. Damage adds together. So he's going to add these numbers together, and he got a raise on the attack roll, so he gets to add an additional d6 to his damage. So he's gonna literally, you can't see it, maybe. That's 3 6s
Holy
on
Jiminy
his
Christmas.
3d6. So he's gonna do 18 minimum. He's going to do a lot of damage. He's going to do a total of 37 damage with his shot. And so he's literally just going to, put a bullet right between this guy's eyes. And he is going to slump off of his horse.
Yay.
2 is out. That brings us
All
to
right.
Mac. It is your turn.
Okay.
Here's the thing about Savage Worlds combat, Mac. You can do as many things in a turn as you want to do. You have to
Yep.
tell me all of them at the start of the turn because it determines any penalties for essentially trying to go real fast to do a bunch of things in your time round. But you can do as many things as you want. There's no action economy per se. The more things you try to do, the bigger penalties you have to do a bunch of stuff. And so it just is a matter of you're trying to do things really quickly.
Okay. I'm going to keep things extremely simple and just copy what my not dad did. I'm going to shoot at 6.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. You're going to roll a shooting roll.
Okay. That's only a 4. That's kind of sad. It's kind of low.
But it's not unskilled. So you get a d4 and you get your wild die.
Yeah. Okay. Those are both 4s.
All right. So the
You
4
get
will
to re-roll.
explode.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wait, which one do I re-roll?
The
The
4.
D4.
The one that
Okay.
exploded. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's just another 1. So just 5.
Okay. 5. That will hit because target number for ranged combat is a 4. So that will hit. So what is the damage on your Ruger?
2d6 minus 2.
All right, so you're going to roll 2d6. These ones add together. They do explode the same way all the rest of them do.
Oh my gosh. If I can roll on the table. That's only 6. No, wait, 4.
4. Okay. So you do manage to shake this guy. So shaken in Savage Worlds, you get shaken before you're wounded. Shaken is a status that essentially prevents you from taking a turn unless you successfully unshake at the start of your turn as a thing.
Okay.
So for this turn, 6 is shaken. Which will bring us then to King of Clubs, which is the Riders. So we will start with 6, and I'm just going to go around counterclockwise to me. And so first things first, 6 tries to unshake. So for the edification of the audience and for Lydia, when you go to unshake at the start of a turn in combat, you have what you're going to roll is you're going to roll a spirit roll. So this is actually just your spirit attribute, not the skill. So you'll look at whatever your spirit attribute is.
There's a spirit skill?
No,
Oh.
just your attribute.
Just the way you said that made it sound like there was a spirit skill. I was like, what does a spirit skill
Right.
do?
I just didn't want Lydia looking, being like, I'm not trained in spirit. I'm screwed.
Don't see it on this list.
No, it's actually your attribute. And so he's going to roll a 2, which is not enough to unshake. So he is not going to, which means
Yeah,
6
take that.
gets no turn. 5 will now go. 5 is going to take a shot at Weston. And these guys are not what's called wild cards, which is what PCs and important non-player characters are. So they actually don't get a wild die. They just roll their skill die. They don't ever get a wild die. That's going to be a 4 to hit you, Weston, which will be successful. And he will hit you for 5 versus your toughness.
7.
Okay, so you get a nice hole in your jacket, but it doesn't seem to hurt you.
Jerk.
I know, how rude. Brings us to 3, who will take a shot chance. And he will roll an 11 to hit chance, which is going to hit. And he will do a total of 9 damage to chance, who will be shaken from that. 9 damage. And last
Number
guy,
4
number
hasn't
1.
gone yet, by the way.
Oh, number 4 didn't go. Gotcha.
6 failed to unshake. 5
Five
put a hole
worked,
in my
yeah.
jacket.
I just missed. Okay,
Eric doesn't need
he
help
is also
killing
going to
us.
shoot a chance.
Shoot,
Rude. Don't shoot the
not
old man.
dad.
He gets a 7, which will hit, but no raise. But he's going to explode on bolt damage dice.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Rip dad.
Goodbye, not dad.
No.
He is going to do 12 damage to Chance. So Chance has a toughness of 7, which is why he was only shaken last time by the 9. He's already shaken, but 1 raise will only ever be 1 wound, and so he is now shaken with 1 wound as a thing. Wounds in Savage Worlds, you can either soak them. Chance is not going to choose to soak this because he's an NPC. But the thing about wounds when you're a wild card, for every wound you have, it applies a penalty to all of your rolls going forward because you're hurt as a thing. And then 1 is going to shoot at Aya and miss with a 3. That brings us to Brady with the Queen of Hearts.
Hey, I am going to do 2 things.
Okay.
I am standing behind Alex, sort of,
You
I
are.
guess.
Yeah, you're all essentially in a line of horses.
I'm going to jab him in the back with a syringe.
Gonna do what?
Ow!
So you're red. You're red.
Alex,
Alex
is blue.
is
Uh-huh.
blue.
Okay, so I'd have to move up to him.
Yeah. So you'll have to write up.
Because he's our hardest hitter. I'm going to increase his strength die with a boost trait.
Well, he's shooting guns right now.
Shush.
Oh.
But you can go increase his strength if you want. That's fine. So you move up. All right. And what is the other thing you're doing?
And then I'm going to shoot a bolt. And then pull out the gun and shoot 6 off the ledge.
Shoot your agony transmitter.
Yep.
Okay. So both of those rolls are going to be a -2 because you were
Mhm.
doing multiple actions. So first things first, you're going to do your catalytic boost.
Yep.
So weird science roll at -2. I love how
Very
Lydia's got
nice.
that excited look, but no clue what's happening.
Weird,
This is
weird
like-
science is like
Witch doctor.
Weird science is
Technomancer
magic. Yeah, it's
kind
techno
of.
magic. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's gadgety stuff.
And I mean, me as Mac,
16.
just seeing this hoity-toity guy come run up and stab with a syringe.
Yeah.
So I failed on the catalytic. I did not decide not to use a Benny.
Okay.
So,
So you
I
failed the
missed,
boost.
I failed the boost, but I got a 16 on the bolt, on the agony.
Okay. So you did straight up stab him and then shock him, but it doesn't appear to
Yep.
have done anything.
ow.
So you've been stabbed and shocked with low amperage, high voltage, which sucks, but isn't going to like super damage you as a thing.
Okay, good.
What's
But
wrong with you?
then you're gonna turn and aim your little 3-pronged doohickey and squeeze the grip and launch an agony transmission. So these 3 little red dots appear on each of the prongs and then coalesce together in the middle and then just kind of undulate out toward which number are you shooting?
6.
6. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and you got a fairly high number, so that means you're going to do your damage plus an additional d6 because you
Yep.
didn't tell me you were empowering or anything.
Right. So that's 3d6.
Yep.
Terrible roll. 8.
You can.
I
believe you
can
Benny
Benny
damage
it.
and swayed. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll Benny.
Sway.
Can
you
we
don't- you
Benny
don't
for
need
other
damage.
people? Like, can I spend one of mine on him?
Negative.
You can't, but if you feel like Jeff's super awesome, you do have a Benny that you can give to someone else.
Yeah.
Because
You
they're
do have to tell me he's done something cool. You can't
You
just
have
be
to
like, "Oh,
justify
you're
it.
dying. Here's one."
Yeah, no, okay.
9.
9. Okay. That is enough. You literally, all of you watch as he holds out this 3-pronged thing. Those red lines come together in the middle and zap out. And then you just sort of watch as this guy's face melts. And he just slumps down off of his horse.
Did I see that?
And I look at Alec and I look at my cat like, oh, dang it, I forgot to hit the activate button. Sorry about that.
Ow.
It's more like
I'm,
it
like,
wasn't calibrated
twitching
to
a
the
little bit.
horse. I forgot to put enough voltage in it so that when some of it went into the horse, it did anything. All right, that brings us now to Marley Penbrook. What's up, Doc?
I'm gonna go on hold.
All right, you're on hold. Brings us now back to Weston. You've been stabbed and
I've
shocked.
been stabbed and shocked, and I feel slightly uncomfortable, and fortunately, that's about it.
Your horse is kind of jittery now.
We'll see how it affects my aim. With my Ruger, I'm going to take a shot at 5 and 4
Okay.
as 2 separate actions.
All right, -2 on both shooting rolls.
Six
First
is off the
roll.
board, right?
Yeah. First roll on 5.
First roll is a 5.
After the -2?
Oh, I gotta do it on both of them?
Yeah, it's
Benny
-2
number
on
2.
both rolls.
Never mind, I forgot.
It's fine. That's why I'm reminding you.
Darn. A 3 after the -2.
Will not hit.
So 5 will miss. And then I will swivel slightly on my horse and take a shot at number 4.
Hopefully a better shot.
7 minus 2 is 5.
Exploding dice are so fun. I'll hit.
Yay.
Damage time.
Which will be same as Mac, so 2d6 minus 2. 4 damage. Meh.
He's shaking.
Yay, shaken.
Sorry, my
that's
fridge
it.
started making a weird noise, so I had to prevent it from doing that. It had pulled a piece of paper into its vent, and that was bad. But it's been fixed now. Okay. That brings us, Penbrook, you're still on hold. Brings us now to Castellanos.
Okay, so which one did he shake?
4.
4.
Well, since it seems to be the thing to do, I'm going to shoot at 4 with my Derringer.
Go for it. Just
Yep. Okay.
get that little gun right out of your sleeve, and
Yep. So that is a 4 to hit.
that'll hit.
I roll my 2d4 for damage.
Not shooting at the one that shot at your girl. I like it.
I'm going to be 100% honest. I forgot that happened. That was going to be the plan. I totally forgot that it happened. It was a long time ago.
What a jerk.
Um,
Sorry, that's going to be 6.
6
Hmm.
is going to shake him,
He was already shaken.
which means he's now wounded. So, we now have a wounded, which against NPCs that are extras means he's just dead. So you straight up kill that guy. What a guy you are.
Well done, Professor.
I heard the call for lethal force.
It's true. You did get the call for lethal force. All right, and that brings us to Aya. And she is going to unsling her shotgun. And she's going to shoot at 1.
she'll take care of it. She'll take care of it.
Well, she rolled a 22 to hit. So I'm going to go with yes. She's going to hit as she does 46 damage. All right, I'm not re-rolling those. He's dead. Because 2 of those aced. So she just straight up, and he ceases to be alive. All right, Penbrook, you going or are you holding until the next round?
I'm gonna move up closer between Chance and the green token.
Okay. You ride your horse up in there. brings us to a new round. Weston, Jack of Clubs. Mac, 5 of Spades. Castellanos, 9 of Clubs. Higgins, get the 4 of Diamonds. Pembroke, Queen of Diamonds to probably go on hold for a while. Riders, 10 of Diamonds. Chance, 3 of Hearts. He cannot go that low, but he can go to a 9 of Spades. And then Aya will get the 2 of Diamonds. Which means first things first is indeed Dr. Pembroke. Are you going on hold?
Yes.
Okay. Remember, you
Doctors
can.
don't fight.
Well, and remember, you can assist, right? You can do things to try and boost your companions.
I know, and I could throw my dagger, or I could hold my turn. If someone gets hurt, then I can take
Or you
my
can,
turn.
and you can
Yeah.
test of wills in there. Just for those watching, there are things Sarah could be doing. She's choosing in character to not. But in Savage Worlds, the combat system works such that you can play a 100% pacifist character and still have a use in combat because of things you can do as a thing. But Sarah is also the healer, and so she's holding in case somebody gets, shot, which is possible since guns. Weston, you're up next.
I'm gonna shoot at number 5.
Do it.
Hopefully, do better than last time.
Be good. I mean, that's some exploding.
10 to hit.
That will hit with a raise. So 3d6 minus 2 damage. As he goes and cannibalizes a risk game for his third d6.
That's so true.
I know it is.
8 damage.
He is a very dead.
Number 5.
Number 5 is not alive. That was a short circuit reference if you needed to know. That brings us to the rider who remains. You would think that he would run, but he is not going to run. He's actually going to do something incredibly, incredibly scary. And he is going to pull on a cord that is attached to his, underneath his robe that he's wearing. And you're just going to watch as these metal pins come out as he spurs his horse and charges down toward all of you. I need all of you to please give me agility rolls.
Now I'm sad I got closer to everybody else.
This is the day that we die.
Oh my jeez. I think I'm gonna use
Spend a penny?
to do the again.
Did you roll double ones?
No, it
Did
was
you-
a 1 and a 2 though.
Okay.
Oh.
Because if you roll double ones, you can't Benny out of it.
That's a 12.
All right.
7.
4.
Yeah, I'm also gonna Benny this.
Sarah's just like, mm.
Well, I got a 4, but
Do it. Spend it.
Remember, if you Benny, you can't get worse.
right. And I have Elon, so
You do have a lawn. It's a good thing to. It's the best time to Benny is when you have a lawn, which is my daughter's middle name.
I got a 6.
Okay,
can't do worse, but I can still get a 4.
can't even with your lawn.
Yes.
That's unfortunate for you.
Yes, it is.
All right, who only got a success? Who only got a 4? You're gonna take 3d6 damage as the grenades this man is wearing explode. Good news. You only take 7 damage. So 7 versus the toughness of anybody who only got a 4.
And I have toughness of 6.
Good
So
roll.
shaken and shaken. The rest of you will only take 1d6 damage, which will be a 2. So most of his bombs happened to not go off. He wasn't wearing as many as you thought he was.
So does that then take it down by 2? Like, so my toughness goes from a 6
Nope.
to a 4? Okay.
Nope.
Nope.
It's always the same.
Cool.
Yep. Okay. So, as you're looking around, I have to roll for Chance and Aya. Sorry, just a second. Oh, that's bad.
Oh no! Don't say that.
Don't blow up my dad.
Don't
All
blow
right,
up
so
her
I
jaw.
got a 6. I got a 6, so she's got to take 3. And she also only takes 7 damage. Chance rolled 2 1s.
Oh
He
no, not
tackled the
Dad.
guy. He tackled the guy. You see him jumping.
Why would Brady sacrifice himself for Chance? Like,
No, Brady. No,
Chance,
I'm saying
Chance
Chance
did that.
oh,
jumped.
yeah,
That's
Chance
why
probably
the
goes
explosion
for
was
Mac.
smaller than we thought it was.
Yep. All right, so Chance is going to take 5d6 damage. All right, that's good. That's 2 of those are 1s. One of them is a 4, but the other 2 are 6s.
By chance.
Love you, not Dad.
So we're at 20 total damage to Chance, who's already shaken with a wound. This is going to be enough. The Chance is going to go down as a thing. So Chance literally does dive on top of this guy, smashes over this guy, and the grenade goes off. And Chance rolls over, gasping, bleeding, shrapnel, and is in very, very bad condition. And kind of his eyes are frantically scanning for Mac.
Wow. I'm gonna grab Doctor by the arm and I'm gonna jump off the horse and try and drag her with me.
Okay. So in Savage Worlds, when you drop into incapacitated, which is when you take a 4th wound, which Chance has now done, you make an immediate vigor roll. So Chance needs to do that. Unfortunately, due to Chance being a hard drinker, his vigor is not great as a thing. So we'll see what happens here. And Chance is going to roll double 1s, which is crit failure on the injury table, which is death. So we do get to have the dramatic moment, but as the doctor is there, you drag Penbrook over. Marley, you know he's gone. You can't do anything for him.
Fix him. Pull out your scalpel things. Fix him.
I'm sorry, Matt, but he's already gone.
You fix him right now, or I'll cut off your hair while you're sleeping. Fix him right now.
Mac. And he is reaching his hand toward,
I'll grab his hands.
and he squeezes it as tightly as a man embedded with lots of shrapnel and dying can do. It's okay.
No, it's not.
You remember in Seattle when I went to the doctor?
Vaguely,
About a couple
yeah.
months ago.
Maybe.
The news wasn't good, kid. And you know me. I'd always rather go out this way. And he reaches his hand over, and you can see him. He's trying really hard to wrap his fingers around the walnut inlaid grip of his Colt, and he just can't quite get it.
I'll help him out.
You know, this was my pa's. He gave it to me. And now it's your paw. I'm going to give it to you.
Max just fully overwhelmed right now, to the point of like not even being able to cry.
And he just kind of squeezes your fingers down around the grip. And then he reaches up, and his hat has dramatically stayed where it needs to be. But he plants it over your head. I never tell you, but the paperwork all was signed. You're Cassidy now. If you want to be.
You know I do.
And he just leans back. His eyes close. And he's gone.
Kind of. I think I'm like kneeling in front of him. No words. I take the hat off and hold it in my hands, looking down at it.
And you see it's got his usual $5 bill tucked in the brim that's always there.
Mm-hmm. And put it back on. Stand up. Well, guess you can't call me Mac anymore. That's not my name anymore, I guess. I guess call me Cass? Is that... I think that's... Yeah, I think that's it.
From the across the way, you hear a groan of one of the men that was shot.
I'll look over to Alex. You better get him before I shoot him in the face.
Hop off my horse and
Yeah.
go over and to the man.
Yep.
The raider.
I imagine Dr. Pembroke is already on her way over to the only living person still on this field. But you two arrive. Dr. Pembroke, you know, he can't be saved either. He's just essentially waiting for the Reaper. But Alex, you notice that his shirt has been pulled open as he's tried to crawl, and right here at his throat is that same triangle tattoo that Hakeem had.
Not just a hotel worker. How many more of you are there out there? Between here and the Valley of Kings?
Many. The sons of the Sundered Spire will stop you. We must stop you. And he's definitely like swaying. Marley's trying to make him more comfortable, I would imagine, but he's definitely just...
Tell me how to tell me how to avoid your patrols and I'll ease your passing.
The patrols know where you are. Marley is close. You were never supposed to get this far.
I reach into my pocket to pull out my switchblade and slice his throat.
Marley's just like propping him up, but also there's just
Spray of
She's-
blood.
She slaps you.
Deal.
he's fine with it. He just then slumps down and is gone.
Well,
Okay.
we're close, but there'll likely be more bad guys between here and there. But it wouldn't be a good idea to stay here, so we should keep moving.
Yes.
What about the body?
We've got horses.
Is Chance's horse still alive?
Mhm.
That's fine. I'll drape Chance's body on his horse and pull it along.
Okay. All right. You
We'll bury
guys
him with the kings.
continue to make your way through the rest of these winding canyons, and after some time, you, with the help of Aya and her necklace, manage to negotiate the map and find where you should be. And indeed, you find yourself standing. It looks like just a crack in the ground at first, but you come to understand quite quickly that this is in fact just kind of an optical illusion played by the way the rock has been built and the way the sun tends to hit it. And you're able to make your way through and progress down the canyon further into a ruined city that is completely it's just run down, ruined, destroyed, and Aya just turns and cracks a vicious grin at Sydney. It existed once. But you ruined your life for ruins.
There are secrets hidden in ruins. There are things to be found. If we can at least say we found the lost city of Lanako. Can't give up yet. We have a whole set of ruins to explore.
You might have ruins to explore and make sure that there's no one lurking about.
Give me, Castellanos, give me a research roll. For understanding purposes going forward, this is going to determine how fast you locate the clue, not whether or not you will, because you never want an important clue to hinge on a die roll, because that's a great way to grind a game to a halt.
I got a 12.
Okay. You very quickly, going through the book, you're able to deduce the idea that the Oracle's Ossuary is likely going to be related to a building of religious significance. So you're looking for a temple or a chapel of some sort. And based upon what you know of layouts of these kind of towns, you're able to lead your friends there. It takes a little bit of time to find it, during which time you guys can totally have buried Chance in a place that would have been appropriate for him.
Sucks to be buried somewhere. Don't call home.
Chance didn't have a home. Like, in a place that very few people had ever seen, would definitely be the most appropriate place for an adventurer of his caliber. Like, you would know Chance's name in the archaeology community as a thing. Like,
It's fair.
you locate the building, and it's going to seem compressed because I am starting to move us quickly, just so you're aware. But you locate the building. It's a rundown religious building, but as you step inside, in the middle, where you would have expected an altar or, any of the other religious trappings, you instead find a miniature pyramid on the ground.
I would like to investigate the pyramid.
Okay.
Me too.
Give me a notice roll. And for storytelling purposes, Alex, you have been successfully helping dodge Sons of the Sundered Spire patrols the whole time that you guys have been in here.
I got a 5.
Fine. You notice that this isn't built on the sand, it's built in the sand.
I want to start excavating.
Okay. Several hours pass, well into the night, and at last you have dug down deep enough that you discover that this pyramid is actually sunk down into the ground of this temple. And once you've dug down about 6-7 feet, there's a doorway in this pyramid with a set of stairs that descends downward.
Go
Then,
down.
yeah, go down.
Okay. Begin your descent. And you descend for quite a ways, longer than you would have thought reasonable. But at long last, you open up into what appears to be a valley. It is a massive expanse. And it's terrifying and thrilling sensation at the same time. Because this world that you've entered shouldn't be possible. You're staring across a city, and it stretches as far as your eye can see, which admittedly in the dark at the moment, I mean, it's not pitch black, which you were expecting given how far you've come down, but it stretches a long way, and for dramatically appropriate reasons. As you step out on the archway and you glance at somebody who didn't get their pocket watch stolen, glances at their pocket watch. It should be about sunrise. And you watch as here, a great distance beneath the earth, in the center of this city, a large crystal hanging from the sky illuminates and spreads sunlight and scatters across azure colored crystals all throughout the roof, giving the illusion of a stretching sky across this massive city.
It's the impossible sky. We found it.
Beyond just the expanse. At this point, all of the rest of you have noticed that Aya has gone very quiet, and she has actually stepped up next to Sydney and almost unconsciously slipped her hand into his and just squeezes as she realizes she's been wrong. This city is just sprawling. It's massive. But it's more than just the scale and the impossibility as you see flowing water and you see lush plants, not the desert plants, but we're talking the stuff that's right along, the Nile, or in the Fertile Crescent. Like it's just this hugely lush valley, but the entire city is moving. You see mechanical movement, buildings that seem to shift and change, streets that seem to be in motion. And this is far beyond the mechanical properties of whatever is possible in 1914. This is something else entirely.
This is weird. This is real weird.
Years of work, entire life has been working for this. I can't believe it. Being to believe, oh, I would never get to live to see this day.
Shall we find our goal?
Do you know where the branches are?
They'll be in the ossuary.
All the pontificate says is that the oracle's ossuary is under the impossible sky. So it's here,
Well,
somewhere.
that's a pretty big space. So narrow it down a bit if you can. If there's more words in your book.
Unfortunately, that will take me
It
some
is.
time.
Yeah, I mean, you can essentially translate and walk.
Okay, then let's do that.
As you move through the city, making your way through, everything in this book matches what you're seeing. Like everything that you, on some level, kind of thought was exaggeration is not. The sidewalks, the streets move, providing you much more rapid conveyance than you had anticipated. You see elevators seemingly entirely carved out of glass and with no platform, simply what seems to be air lifting you from one place to another. You also begin
signs
to
of
notice,
people.
you begin to notice
Yeah.
that there are not people, but you do see something moving. And as you look, whatever it is mechanical. It moves on two legs. It has seemingly two arm-like appendages, though one of them has what looks like a hand and the other appears to have some sort of other tool. And its head goes up and there's just a small glass orb in the center. And you begin to see them, various shapes and sizes all throughout the city.
Do they seem to take notice of us?
Only if you get too close. Like if you get really close, it will like turn and regard you, and you'll see like kind of pulses of electricity in that glass, but nothing like, and the glass will change from like,
Brady is definitely up close and studying him.
yeah. So as Brady's up there, like you'll see that it goes from like this faint whitish bluish kind of color to it will slowly like morph colors. It gets kind of green and it'll move to yellow, but it's very clearly studying Brady as much as Brady is studying it. It's completely made out of metal. It's an alloy that you don't seem to recognize.
Are there
Can I
any
try to
like
speak to it?
visible like gears or like
Nope.
mechanisms, or is it encased fully?
It seems to be encased, yeah. Any kind of exoskeleton. Any kind of skeleton is an endoskeleton, not an exoskeleton.
Seems to be some kind of mechanical intelligence. Oh, this is fascinating. If I could
No,
get you
it's
back to my
freaky.
lab.
Oh, this is fascinating. If I could get you back to my lab.
Can you understand me?
Can you understand me?
You can mimic me, but can you understand?
And you see the crystal kind of fade and go purple for a second. And then the flashes become very intense and very rapid. And then it returns to that whitish blue color. I understand you.
What are you?
We are the remnant.
The remnant. The remnant of what?
What was?
You are a marvel.
What do you seek? Why
Knowledge.
have you come here?
Understanding.
Branches. We seek branches.
Oracle's
Branches.
ossuary.
You wish to speak with the oracle.
Oracle's
No,
alive.
that's not something we want to do.
That is something
Not
I
talk
very
to
much
dead
want to do.
people.
Oracle. Yes.
Oracle's alive, then very much I want to speak with them.
Yep, me too.
I can
that
take
sounds
you.
like a stupid idea.
I can take you to the ossuary.
You're a child.
I
Don't understand.
am not
I'm
a
also a
child.
mourning child,
she-
so
She,
try and be polite.
you are wonderful.
I
Let's take it.
sense great sadness. And turns and you just see the orb kind of fade to this very deep blue. I'm sorry that you have lost. But strength can come from deep sorrow. The remnant have grieved for a long time.
That's a bit okay. If this thing talks to me again, I'm gonna start taking it apart. Someone else.
No, don't.
I go like get in between. Like I want to get people in between me and this thing.
Okay. And it turns and looks at Pembroke. And it slowly kind of fades to this green color. And then to this like brilliant orange color. You have jealousy and anger. They are powerful within you.
Great. A magic machine that can read my moods. Can we
Magic is
go
not
now?
Magic, it's science. You may go home. I don't care. I am staying here.
Can we have your $25,000 then?
No.
Do you wish to speak with the oracle?
I do.
Very much so.
Come with me. And it slowly begins to make its way through the street. And it leads you to a large pyramid building directly beneath the glowing crystal that appears to be the sun in this area. And it stops and it looks at you. The trial awaits inside. Speak with honesty, and the oracle will greet you. And with that, you see it like kind of step back, and there's just this alcove in the wall, and it kind of clicks back into the alcove. And you see some of the stones. They don't shift, they just sort of shimmer and then vanish. And there's a long hallway in front of you.
Well, I'm going in.
Forward. Mm-hmm.
Okay. You make your way through, and you wind through long corridors. The floor and the walls are constructed of some sort of almost quartz-like crystal. It refracts the light, and you feel like you've been walking for hours. There's no possible way you could have walked this long without, having turned or gone down. But at last you arrive at what seems to be a blank space. And there's a small crystal pyramid that glows, and a face appears above it, very indistinct. And it speaks. Who takes the trial first?
Push Sydney forward.
All right then. I will take the trial first. What is it?
Late one night, you're in a rainstorm. You're driving a mechanical vehicle. A drunk reels out in front of your car and you try to stop, but because of the rain, you're unable to. You strike him. He collapses. Nobody sees you. As you check on him, the man smells and looks as though he is homeless. Upon checking, you realize he is dead. Do you make a report anonymously? Do you confess your crime? Or do you drive home and forget about it, knowing no one is going to miss him anyway?
I would make an anonymous report.
Very well, Professor. Your answer has been noted. And you watch as the wall sort of shimmers again and the path opens up. Continue. The oracle awaits.
I will continue.
Okay. You make your way further down the hall until at last you arrive at another of these small glass triangles. And it shimmers once more. The professor has provided his answers. Who will take the trial next?
I will. I step forward.
Earlier, you were at your best friend's wedding. It is an hour before the ceremony is to begin. Earlier that day, you came across definitive proof that your best friend's spouse is having an affair. If you tell them about it, their day and their fortune will be ruined. What do you do?
I tell them.
Very well. Your answer has been noted. Proceed forward. And there's another shimmer, and the wall opens. You walk forward. It takes a while, but at last you arrive at another of these shimmering pyramids. The face appears again, turns to look at the three of you that remain, four of you because I is here. Who now will take the trial?
Fine.
You have a son. You and your son are prisoners. Your son tried to escape, but was recaptured and sentenced to hang for his crimes. They do this so that they may send a message. And more importantly, the warden orders you to pull the chair out from under your son. If you refuse, the guard will kill your son and another innocent person. What do you do?
Hindrances are fun.
I go after the warden.
Very well. Your answer has been noted. Proceed forward. You arrive at a 5th crystal. Aya answers a question that has to do with love. And to very few people's surprise, she chooses the answer where love is what wins, even though it will cause her pain. Which of the two of you will answer the questions?
Oh boy, if it seems like we'll okay, I'll go next.
Your family is vacationing on a private set of beach. There is no lifeguard. You're grown, with a daughter and a niece. You caution them to wait until the water calms before they swim, but they ignore you, and the current pulls them out to sea. You are the only swimmer strong enough to save them, but you can only save one. Your niece is a poor swimmer and likely won't make it much longer. Your daughter is a stronger swimmer, but only has a 50% chance of holding on long enough for you to come back for her. Who do you save? Your daughter or your niece?
I go after my niece. I know I can handle the heartbreak if my daughter doesn't make it. I don't know about my niece's parents.
Your soul has been weighed. Continue to the final trial. And again, the door opens. You proceed till at last you reach another. Doctor, you work at a top hospital. You have 6 gravely ill patients, 5 of whom are in desperate need of organ transplants, which we'll just say were totally available in 1914. You can't help them, though, because there are no organs available that can be used to save their lives. The 6th patient, however, will die without a particular medicine. However, if that patient dies, all of the organs you need to save the other 5 are available. What do you do?
That would be completely unethical. I give the patient the medicine that they need to stay alive and hope that organ donors come through for the others before it's too late.
Your soul has been weighed, Doctor. The Oracle will see you now. And above you, the ceiling shimmers and opens. And from the pyramid, this small beam of light raises up. And it looks a lot like the elevators that you saw in other parts of the city.
This is too weird.
Agreed. I don't have a kid.
I believe the questions were supposed to be hypothetical, not actual
I don't
situations.
have a best friend, so
I don't have any
Well,
friends.
that's
Not surprising.
wow.
I'm a little bit sad I didn't get to see chat during the entire thing. I never rebooted chat after.
That's okay. It's been quiet.
Nobody
They're all
commented on it
Entranced.
They're deeply pondering.
or asleep.
Yeah. Only just one person who was upset that I forgave Sydney.
I deserve it, dang it. Well, I'm gonna get in this elevator thing.
Okay. You watch as Sydney steps in, a little bit trepidatiously, perhaps, but steps in, just slowly levitates up.
I told y'all.
Yep. Higgins follows.
Fine, but if we meet God, I've got some words for him. I step in.
Okay. All right. Cass makes her way up.
Doctor, after you.
All right, this is all utterly ridiculous.
I agree.
Finally, we agree on something.
You raise up, the two of you eventually. You find yourself standing in a large, triangular shaped room. In the center of it is a flat topped pyramid, Mayan style with elevated levels. It raises up by about probably 5 levels. And hanging above it, you see that there is a massive mirror, and that wrapped around that mirror are 2 palm fronds, each set with the ring that was mentioned earlier. These are most assuredly the staves of Heh that you were sent to look for. In order to reach them, you will definitely have to ascend the pyramid.
I'm going.
Definitely.
Looks like what we came for.
It's messing with the map. No.
And
This is bad.
Okay, so as we go, I mean, there's no guarantee there's combat here, but as you go, each of these lines indicates a new level on the pyramid. Okay. So, first layer all the way up. As you reach the top of the pyramid, in the dead center
No.
there you go.
of the top
If
layer
there's glass orbs, I'm leaving.
I'm taking those fronds and leaving.
is an ascended. Everybody's like, about it anyway. Ascended dais. There are 2 crystalline pillars carved out of some kind of black purple crystal that are carved into pyramid shapes and thrust down into the ground. These ones are about 10 feet tall, and they have gold rings on them. And as you look closely, you can see that there's etchings into those pillars. And the mirror is hanging down just above them. And as you crest that final layer, so this would be essentially, this is how much space you have. This is a layer down right here, and this is the layer up. And it actually goes like the pyramid goes right up back to the wall, so it's only like the front half of it. But as you get there, the mirror flickers, and the branches kind of illuminate at the bottom, and you just see this golden light wreath up around the mirror and then sheath down over it, and that face appears. The face that is now slightly more distinct and looks distinctly not human. And it looks out at you. I am the Oracle. Welcome.
When you say not human, what do you mean? Does it look like a bird? Does it look like an alien? Does it look like...
It looks definitely alien. Yeah.
Okay.
Like Roswell alien style? Like...
Not exactly. It's very fuzzy because of all the gold light. But it definitely has an elongated jaw at the bottom. And it has a very angular kind of face that rises up, and the forehead is vastly bigger than it should be. But all of its features are very, very smooth. I am the Oracle. Welcome to Lanako.
I slightly raise my rifle, which has been very much at the ready for the last forever. And say, we're here for the fronds.
You wish to take the fronds?
Yes.
Why?
That's the job we were hired for.
Do you know what the fronds are?
Ancient mythology, they were a symbol of longevity and long life. Which just means the exact same thing, longevity and long life. Those are synonyms. I'm freaking out right.
Thanks, Mr. Dictionary. Encyclopedia? Thesaurus. Thesaurus.
Thesaurus.
They are bindings.
What are they binding?
And he just sort of glances down beneath him. The gate.
What happens if we take them?
The door is no longer locked.
What's on the other side of the door?
Some call it a hallway. Spiraling.
What is it with
eternity.
people and not actually answering questions? Please just give us all the information. Just all of it.
And the gaze shifts to you. Beyond the door lies the never-ending swirling paths of the Aether and the Nether, interconnecting all worlds and all realities.
Gotcha.
From here, you can find your way to anywhere.
So, like, the other Lanako in Wisconsin. We could go there.
If you would like, I don't exactly know which doorways you would need to go through. But eventually, assuming there's a gate there.
Oh.
This is
I haven't seen a
incredible.
lot of these gates, so I assume not.
There aren't many on Earth.
Wait. Are there worlds beyond Earth? That's what you're saying?
Countless.
So we could go to places like Valhalla or Asgard or other mythological places.
Or what inspired their beliefs, yes.
This is incredible.
So we take these fronds and you can open the gate. I think I'll walk up to the fronds. Try to take them.
Okay. Give me a vigor roll, Jeff.
Say that's what we're here for.
They haven't given us a real reason to not take them. They haven't framed it as a bad thing yet.
In.
I'm gonna GM Benny to make you roll that again.
Yay! GM Betty's.
Five.
Okay. You reach up and wrap your hands around one of the fronds, and golden light coruscates down over your body. You struggle. You feel as though tens of thousands of souls are attempting to play tug of war with you. But the thing about souls is they don't have physical form. And after long last, you wrench away the frond, and you hear a crack, and you watch as this sheathing of purple black crumbles away from one of the pillars on the gate near you. And as you step down, you notice the wide eyes of your companions. For where once stood Brady Higgins, now stands a being of gold light.
Mr. Higgins, are you still there?
Yes.
Oh. That's only slightly more reassuring. You don't look
His
like
voice
yourself.
His voice is very orchestral, choral almost, as though it's interlaced with numerous other voices.
Many.
Oh, that's real freaky.
A lot like that, yeah.
Wow, okay.
We are legion.
This is incredible.
I mean, as we came here for the fronds, there's no point in leaving without them, and I'm gonna go up and grab the other one.
Okay. Give me a vigor roll.
Five.
Okay. You have the same tug of war. As you stumble away, you too no longer appear to be Alex Weston, but instead are a being of pure silver light. Another
there
cracking
any-
noise is heard,
Okay.
and the sheathing around the second pillar crumbles away. In the mirror above, you see the oracle's face twisting and contorting in pain.
Are you alright?
Something is at the gate. Run. And the mirror shatters, exploding outward. You watch as the gold rings along the pillars begin to slide, and a speck of infinite black appears in the center between those two rods and slowly begins to spiral outward.
I'm gone.
Yeah, the moment he said run, Penbrick turned around and took off.
Okay.
And Sydney.
Aya is staring into the swirling blackness.
Sydney's gonna grab Aya's hand and say, "We need to go."
Why? If there's truly infinity beyond this gate?
You heard the Oracle. Infinity, worlds such as Valhalla, Asgard, and the worlds that spawn, the worlds that spawned them. That also includes things like hell or Jotunheim or things where the bad stuff comes from. I don't think we want to be here when whatever's on the other side of that gate comes through.
And
Believe me,
she looks at you. Everything that I have done up until now has been because I care about you. Because I love you. But back there, you'll just chase the next thing. Come with me.
Where would we go?
Wherever this takes us. And you see that speck is expanding, but also seems to be like funneling backwards. You know, like if you spin a soda bottle and you get that water vortex, that's what's going on in the center of this. Your life's work was meant to discover this. What's left?
Us.
And why can't we be us? There. Discovering something new together. And she leans up and she kisses you for the first time in a decade. And you feel her start to lean backwards. It's up to you whether you hold her and fall or whether you let her go.
Oh, they're a lot farther closer to it than I thought they were. Never mind.
I'm gonna hold her and fall.
Okay. The two of you tumble into the black. What do the other two of you do? Those of you holding the rods.
I'm out. I mean, me, the person, would have an idea, but not
Yeah.
the character.
Silver
so
Surfer.
I'm leaving.
Here's a question,
I'm
Higgins. Are you going to let him go?
No. I need the other Fron. I must have it. I'm going to cast Blinding Burst.
Okay. Go for it.
Fighting. Bring it on, Techno Wizard.
27.
Okay.
Bring it on. Oh, he done brought it, my friend.
Ooh.
He done brought it. All right, blind. Success means the victim suffers a -4 penalty to all actions or a -4 with a raise. Okay. At the end of every turn, you'll make a vigor roll. On a success, you remove 2 points of your penalty. He speaks. So the thing you notice when you speak, Alex, you speak with one voice.
Oh, okay. I'm just me. That's fine.
Brady speaks with many, and is demanding you give him the frond. Hard pass. Hard pass.
I say as I'm like, you know can't have.
Okay. Initiative rolls here. 3 of diamonds going to
Oh,
Weston. 7 of clubs going to Higgins. He's blind, Higgins.
I'm boosting a bolt. Hitting him.
Okay, roll it.
27 on the blind.
At least it was on the blind, not on the bolt. Or worse, the
13.
bolt's damage.
13.
All right, so that's going to be a hit with a raise. So I think that's 4d6
4.
bolt damage.
Yep.
So glad I didn't die in the hallway back in the hotel.
So I could die here over a stick.
Oh no. This is my
33?
fun. Yes.
Why don't you roll this good when you're fighting NPCs?
We're gonna kill my partner. All right, I'm gonna spend on this last Benny and
Okay, what's your toughness?
7.
All right, you need to soak. You need a 12. You gotta soak all 3 wounds.
I need a 12. Yes. Okay. There's the
Well,
regular.
if you soak 1 wound, you don't die outright, right?
Okay. So that's a 9.
So you soak 2, so that's shaken with 2.
D minus the 4.
Quiet, Jeff.
you're
That doesn't
blinded?
require sight. It doesn't require sight.
Oh. Yes, you hit me. It's just how much did it hurt? I don't need my eyes to know that.
I don't need my eyes to know how hurt I am.
Certainly
Right.
helps.
New
All
round.
right. No, so
Oh, it's your
that
turn.
that's my turn.
gotta
I now
unshake.
need to vigor
Gotta
roll to
unshake,
try
yep.
and unshake.
Yep.
This doesn't matter anyway. I have no healing, and Dr.
No,
Pembroke is
spirit roll.
gone.
Spirit roll to unshake.
Oh. This is still 6. I already scooped him up. Whatever.
You didn't unshake, I take it. Do you want to spend a Benny? Do you have a...
Anyway.
Alright, new round. 4 of
crit fail.
diamonds for Weston. King of hearts.
It's nice knowing you, Frito.
Alright, Joe. Blow up.
Says the guy being
me.
thrust through
It's okay.
reality.
It's a Starry Nights parody for Batman, so
I
hit
can't
me.
believe this D10 is 28.
Did you
That's a
empower
hit with a
it?
raise.
Yes, I did.
A 46 damage.
All I've got is this rifle and a switchblade.
Sarah, we're gonna live.
I
You
can't
and I will
see.
make it. We might not get the 25,000, but we'll make it.
You're gonna get
Whatever, I'm
50,000.
pretty sure Chance willed his 25 to you.
So you're gonna get
Maybe.
25.
25 damage.
I think you're dead, Frida.
I have no bennies.
Give me
so
that.
I can't-
Give
I
me that
can't try
immediate
to-
vigor roll. Let's see if you manage to not outright die.
With what? I'd be like 6 wounds?
No, you only ever take the -3 penalty. So it's a vigor roll to -3. Are you
How's
crit
Chance
failure?
doing? How's Chance doing?
well, as long as
I pulled Chance. See, chat. We're gonna have a fun little discussion. We're gonna clue you in on everything.
That's what you get for rolling risk dice.
These oh gosh dang it. These die I pillaged from Risk a year and change ago. The other ones that I have been rolling with are like $10
Barnes &
dice
Noble,
that I bought
$10
at Barnes and Noble. And I have been ridiculed by everyone ever since I joined this hobby for my choice in die. And
now that
I'm
they've
dead.
killed you, now
So
they've
maybe
killed
it's
you, are you
time to get new ones.
gonna...
I just got these dice from Kraken Dice, and I've been using them. I'm very happy with them right now.
Oh,
You
really?
need Little Miss Fodder dice. That's what you need.
Yep. Everyone's a little splattered
They're magic. They're very magic.
So he turns and he aims the frond at you, and a golden beam just arcs out and just consumes you. And the other frond just levitates back to him, and he holds the fronds in his hand and blinks out and is gone. Epilogue.
From a party of 6, 2 people make it back to Seattle.
Cass and Dr. Pembroke.
Mhm.
You make it back to Seattle. after a long time and report your failure to obtain the branches to Van Astor. Van Astor is saddened and agrees to pay 12.5 to Miss Pembroke, 12.5 to Cass, but also indeed 25,000 as willed to Cass by chance. You proceed on with your lives from that point. Whether you interact with each other or not is 100% up to you and not particularly relevant to this one shot. Alex, you're dead. Professor Castellanos, as you and Aya leap into the darkness, you find yourself spinning for what feels like hours. And then you awaken, consciousness having been at some point ripped from you by the vertigo. You're laying on what feels like grass. You open your eyes and sit up, shaking Aya awake. You glance around you, and you're laying in a grassy field in a world that is devoid of color, simply grays and shades of white. High above you, you see floating land masses, all similarly colored. Aya looks at you, gently kisses you, says, I don't know where we are, but it seems like we have forever to find out. Higgins. For a moment, you swell with power. And then you remember your goal has never been power. Your goal has been discovery. So with will alone, you find yourself standing on a cobblestone path outside of a towering English mansion somewhere in the English countryside. As you walk past the fountain, and you step up and you knock on the door, a servant answers, and you say, I'd like to speak to Alistair Marley, please. And you're shown in. Back in Lanako, that black swirling continues. From around the city, the mechanical creatures known as the Remnant have marched their way into the ossuary, lining in front of the portal. And something steps from it. A long, grotesquely formed leg. And as another one steps through, all of those mechanical beings drop to one knee, and in a single voice, echo two words, Hail, Crixor. Thank you all for joining us for Oracle of Ossuary. I had fun. I haven't gotten to run for this group of people like this in a long time. One-shots are always cool because crazy stuff happens. And I will pass time back to Patrick.
Yeah. Thank you very much for coming out. It definitely took some unexpected turns. I liked it. I would like to. I'm hoping that we can see more of this on our channel. But yeah, so I mean, we do have more one-shots coming up. If you have something that you think you'd be interested in either running or playing a one-shot, let us know, and we will get back to you on that. Just a few reminders from the very beginning of the episode. We do have Distractions and Diversions on Monday. We will be playing Phasmophobia. Currently, it is Lydia, Ian, and I who are signed up to do that. So prepare for a lot of screaming, particularly from Lydia and especially from Ian. And then we have Rehash the Roles on Wednesday. And expect, our guests are going to be Sarah and Ian. So questions for Piotr and Galina.
Expect a lot of screaming from Ian again.
Expect a lot of screaming from Ian again, definitely. As he deals with 1d10 psychic damage every time he loses sight of Galina. If you haven't watched that last episode of Ready to Roll, I highly recommend it. Galina's entrance was epic. Everything that's going on with that was epic. Definitely watch that episode of Ready to Roll. But again, thank you very much. This has been a Homebrew Hall one shot, and we will talk with you. Oh,
Wait.
One last thing.
Yeah, can I plug something?
Plug one other thing, and then you go ahead and do your plug, and then the other thing I've remembered.
Okay. I don't just come and GM occasionally. I'm also a content creator, although I don't do RPG content. If you go to YouTube and you search for Pit Papa, I am an outdoor cooking YouTube content creator, and I do outdoor cooking videos where I teach you recipes. I show you cooking tips and tricks on how to use outdoor cooking equipment, because I think a lot of people tend to be intimidated by the idea of using a smoker or using their barbecue for anything beyond burgers or hot dogs. And I believe that anybody can do outdoor cooking. And so I show you how. So if you check it out, go and Google the Pit Papa over on YouTube. Google. I used it as a verb rather than say search for. Go search for the Pit Papa on YouTube. And maybe Patrick will put a link in chat as a thing. But
Yep. And then the only other thing that I forgot to mention was that we have our special our short one shot, our short campaign coming up, Heroic Tales. It's going to be our Redwall inspired short campaign that Lydia will be running in the similar vein as we did with Eldritch Noir. Jeff is going to be part of it, so we're excited to see more Jeff. I'm hoping that somehow we can convince Frito to let us see more Frito. Hopefully he'll participate in one-shots or other things. Maybe we'll convince him to buy and play Dead by Daylight with us one day, since he's always in the chats there. But
he's been playing it behind the scenes.
He's just
for
been
like
getting
2,000 hours. Like, he's a grandmaster at this point.
Yeah, he's just been getting really good. But again, this has been Homebrew Hall, and we are very excited for what's going on. And we will see you guys all next week. Bye, guys.
Bye.